Chapter 362. Trithodmus suddenly rang the bell. Defendant, I'm warning you for the last time. If you continue to make wild guesses and accusations, the court will forbid you to speak again. Polixus hurriedly swallowed his words and looked back at the jury, wondering if they had been influenced by his deliberate words. By now, he felt that his chances of being exonerated were getting slimmer and slimmer. Aristocrates took out a piece of papyrus and said to the jury, "This piece of paper records the amount of property that the patrol team found in Polixus's mansion." Fortunately, Polixus didn't deposit the money in the bank. At that time, the reputation of the Kristoya Bank was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In order to prevent property from being lost, the people deposited their property in the bank. They only needed to pay a very low storage fee every year, and they could withdraw their property at any time. Moreover, with a certificate issued by the bank, they could withdraw money from any Kristoya bank in the territory of Dionia. It was very convenient for them to trade in large quantities, so it was very popular. Polixus refused to deposit the money in the bank because the bank was run by the Devers family. Therefore, the patrol team and the servants of the mansion, as well as a few bystanders who accidentally broke into the mansion, could all be witnesses. The total amount of property is... Aristocrates deliberately paused for a moment. Facing the thousands of eyes that were focused on him, he loudly and clearly said, 22 talien and 45 mina. The audience gasped in surprise. Aristocrates added, "As far as I know, Polixus, you don't have any other property except for the income from 15 acres of land." Polixus tried to argue. Many of them were left by my grandfather and father. Aristocrates smiled contemptuously. "But why are most of the money in your house made of Hades' silver coins?" Referring to the silver coins issued after the establishment of the Dionia Union, famous for the portrait of Hades engraved on the front. "I asked your family, and they said that you never went to the bank to exchange money." Aristolochus's words blocked the lies that Polixus came up with. He was so angry that he shouted, "The Divers family has more money than I do. Why don't you check if there's anything wrong with him?" The audience booed. Aristotle Cradle smiled again. "You see, I don't even need to say anything. The people's eyes are sharp. Everyone knew very well about the Devers' family business. How many citizens of Dionia had been helped by the Bank of Kristoya at a very low interest rate? I've saved many shops that were about to go bankrupt. That's right, that's right. Good Kristoya!" The people scrambled to shout. The anger that was about to erupt seemed to have disappeared without a trace. So Tritodemus was glad to see it happen, and did not interrupt Aristolochus. The restaurants and baths not only made the people's lives better, but also made the city of Thurii the most attractive city in Greece. "Young man, you are absolutely right. Master Devers has brought pride to Thurii. In addition, the money that Lord Devers earned was not stored at home like you do. He donated property to build the temple, the library that is currently being built, the stone bridge. The stone bridge was also donated by the Devers? I really don't know about that. I heard that after the library is built, the Devers will give a large number of precious books to the library. You Thurii people are so lucky. If I want to read books, I have to come from Cremissa. Maybe one day the Devers will also donate a library to Cremissa." While the audience was discussing, Tritodemus asked, "Defendant, do you have anything else to say?" Polixus was like a drowning man struggling for the last time. He said repeatedly, "Yes, yes. My family used to own 350 acres of land in the city of Thurii. That's true. I still have the title deed of my family, but since the Devers came, I voluntarily gave up all the land and only own this 15 acres of land. I made such a big concession for the sake of Thurii and Dionia. Shouldn't everyone consider the loss of my family, even if there really is this so-called title deed?" Aristocles looked at Polixus rambling and knew that he was already at a loss. He became even more confident. "I hope the defendant understands that after the Crotone destroyed the city of Thurii, The old city of Turiai no longer exists, and the original government no longer exists. These contracts signed by the Turiai City Hall are, of course, invalid. Let me ask you, if the Devers did not lead the army to repel the Crotone, would the original Turiai people still dare to live in Turiai? Obviously not. Everyone was forced to wander to other cities, and it was difficult for them to even survive, let alone own land. At this point, Aristicle's tone became slightly heavy, and then he raised his voice again. So today, although the city of Turiai is still called Turiai, it is no longer the original city of Turiai. It is a part of the Daionia Alliance, the center of Daionia. That's right, the current Turiai has nothing to do with the previous one. You still want to occupy more than 300 acres of farmland? Dream on. For a greedy person like you, Hades will definitely send you to hell and let Lord Radmandas whip you mercilessly. Under the ridicule of the people, Polixus seemed to have lost all his strength and slumped back into the wooden chair. Tritodemos looked at him and said, "People below the stage, please keep quiet. Now, it's up to the jury to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not." After saying that, the orderly immediately put an hourglass on the judge's table. Before the hourglass finished dripping, the jury and citizens had to make a decision. Each of them had 2 bronze plates in their hands, one engraved with guilty and the other engraved with not guilty. Almost without hesitation, the members of the jury quickly threw the bronze plate in their hands into the copper pot in front of the table. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound was like a hammer hitting Polixus' heart. After the voting was over, the orderly walked over and began to announce the votes. He picked up a bronze plate from the pot and showed it to the members of the jury, saying, "Guilty, guilty, guilty." Every time he said it, the audience cheered, and Polixus' face became paler. The results were out. 50 votes found guilty and no one abstained. If there were exactly 25 guilty votes and 25 not guilty votes, then the judge in the court would have the final say. The audience immediately cheered, and Polixus' face was ashen. What followed was the trial of Olaphus, Masses, Inanilus, Eurypus, and other senators, as well as some nobles and public officials, which was much easier. In the face of ironclad evidence, they were all found guilty. But the collective crime committed by so many senators and public officials made the people present feel fear and anger. In the end, the people in the square called for a full investigation of the Senate and public officials and find out the criminals who embezzled the public property of the alliance. This roar reached the ears of the senators in the Senate, and they were shocked. And the Devers who were presenting the bill to the Senate smiled. The day's public trial lasted until dusk before it ended. After it ended, many people spontaneously ran to the front door of the Senate hall in front of the square to protest to the senators. As a result, after the meeting ended, the senators had to quickly retreat through the back door. When they came out, they all looked serious. After the new bill is enacted, the power of the Senate will be greatly restricted. How can Lord Devers have the heart to propose such a bill? What good does it do for him? Strompoli said with slight dissatisfaction, "Lord Devers is right to do this. Listen to the people's shouts in the square." Cornelis pointed to his back and said with a sigh, "We should give the citizens some rights to participate in politics. Wasn't it always like this when we were in Amendola? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Why do you feel uncomfortable now?" Strompoli was stunned, thought for a moment, and said, "I think the current system is quite good. At least you don't have to worry about suddenly being accused by the citizens. And you don't have to worry about things being terminated halfway through because your 1-year term is over and you're not elected again. In the Daionia Alliance, I can do a detailed investigation of the things to be done, then plan and focus on implementing it step by step. Now, a group of ignorant people who only care about their own interests can also criticize our affairs." Similar conversations kept happening among the senators who were rushing back to the city. Marigi and Pleasantness walked behind. "Lord Marigi, why did Lord Consul propose such a bill? You should know that the anger of the citizens is not directed at him. I know very well in the temple that most of them are full of respect for Lord Consul. Pleasantness could not help but voice out the doubts in his heart. Marigi laughed and said in a low voice, "You have already stated the reason for your question just now." Pleasantness was even more confused. Marigi raised his head and looked at the setting sun that was almost hidden behind the mountains. His eyes were in a trance, as if he was recalling something. Finally, he murmured, "You Greeks have been away from the era of kings for too long. Obviously, you don't know what the most important thing to be a king is." The obvious metaphor of being a king did not surprise Pleasantness. He thought about it carefully, but still could not grasp the main point. Marigi gently spat out a word. Balance. Chapter 363. In the corner, Dios and Dicropolis sat quietly and enjoyed the food. Dios finished the fried beef on his plate and said loudly, "Please follow me and have a glass of wine." After getting a response, he picked up a clean linen handkerchief on his left hand and wiped the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. "Anyone who watched this day's public trial," Dicpolis said, pointing at the diners around him who were arguing loudly with each other, "would be furious, but you are calm. What's there to be angry about? In my former city-state of Corinth, such things are not uncommon." Dios took the wine from the waiter, thanked him, and continued, "The important positions in the city-state are controlled by the nobles, and the election of the general is always carried out by those families. Isn't it the same in Caer Doria? Caer Doria is a city-state on the island of Crete, at the westernmost point of the island." "You're right, so I'm just as calm as you are." Both of them laughed. "But there's one thing you're wrong about. Caer Doria was my former city-state, and now I'm a citizen of Dionia." Dicropolis pretended to be serious as he reminded Dios, "You and I are both." Dios smiled and raised his glass. The two of them clinked their glasses. "But there's one thing that Polixus did I agree with." Dicropolis looked around, then moved his head closer and said in a low voice, "Call for a citizens' assembly." Dios looked at him without saying a word. Dicropolis continued in a low voice, "All the decisions in the Dionia Federation are made by the Senate. We ordinary citizens can neither participate nor oppose, and we can't decide anything. Although an ordinary citizen can become a senator of the Senate, according to the law, this path is too long. Merchants like us have to travel all day long, and it's impossible for us to take up any public office. If," Dicropolis hesitated for a moment, then said, "if the system of Dionia doesn't change, I'm afraid some merchants will leave. After all, we have a lot of money, but we can't interfere with any of the decisions of the Dionia Senate. This will always make us merchants unhappy, right?" Dios lowered his head and took a sip of wine. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he asked, "Are you one of those who are leaving?" "Of course I won't leave this place." Dicpolis said confidently, "This place has the best food in the Mediterranean. There was the best entertainment competition, the best hot spring bathing place in the world. Furthermore, there were no invasions. It was simply an Elysium on earth. Why would I want to leave?" Dicpolis leaned back in his chair and shouted, "You're right, friend." A man with a flushed face and a slightly tipsy expression came over and patted Dicpolis on the shoulder, then said in an excited voice, "It's because of Lord Devers that the beautiful city of Turis exists today. Brothers, let us salute the great Lord Devers." After he finished speaking, the diner at the same table stood up and raised his glass. To Lord Devers. Influenced by them, the other diners also stood up. "Long live Lord Devers! Salute to our great commander!" The noisy restaurant had converged into one voice. After everyone finished their salutes, someone stood up and jokingly said, "To our damned Senate!" Immediately, laughter and curses rang out again. Dicpolis laughed as he watched them quarrel. Dios reminded him, "Even now, Dionia is not without the danger of war." Dicpolis was stunned, then immediately said, "You're worried about Syracuse?" Dios nodded slightly. Dicbylus waved his hand nonchalantly. As a former Corinth man, I don't think you should worry about this problem. In Greece, Sparta, Athens, Corinth, Thebes, Agos, and other city-states had sent spies, bribed enemy counselors, and even defended the interests of the enemy at the assembly of citizens. If war broke out because of such a small matter, Greece would have long been in a mess. But, to be honest, the current situation in Greece is really terrible, especially in Corinth. I heard that Sparta's army is stationed in Corinth and often fights with the allied forces of Corinth, Athens, Thebes, and Agos. People die every day. You're really lucky to be able to come out early. Dicbylus talked about the motherland. After a moment of silence, Dios sighed. Yes, the people of Corinth are not having a good time. I heard that Sparta's king Agelaus has led his army from Persia to the north of Greece and is preparing to move south. Together with Sparta's army, they will launch a pincer attack from the north and south. The allied forces of Sparta are definitely in danger. Speaking of which, I really should thank you. If it weren't for your persuasion, I wouldn't have made the decision to join Dionia so quickly. Dicbylus laughed. If that's the case, how should you thank me? It was a joke, but Dios said in a low voice, a few days ago I went to Lord Devers's mansion to discuss with him about the donation of the stone bridge. You know, I followed Lord Devers and donated many times. That's how I became a citizen of Dionia in accordance with the new reward clauses for foreigners donating to public buildings bill passed by Dionia in recent years. You're a big merchant now, Dicbylus said. Dios ignored the slight jealousy in his words and continued. Lord Devers asked me about the merchants' protest in the square. In the end, he said, this can't go on anymore. Dionia must change. Did he really say that? Dicbylus asked in surprise. Of course, I remember it clearly. Dios said with certainty. Lord Devers has always been a man of his words. Dicbylus' eyes flashed. Lord, were you looking for me? Aristides walked into the Devers' study. Have a seat, Aristides. The Devers casually pointed to the wooden chair beside him. Yes, Lord. Although the Devers behaved casually, Aristides sat down respectfully. The Devers leaned back in his chair, looked at his intelligence chief, and said, You've been with me for almost 5 years, right? To be precise, it should be 4 months and 9 days short of 5 years, Aristides said seriously. You remember it so clearly. The Devers smiled. You've been with me for so long, but I don't see you gain any weight. Aristides said helplessly, This subordinate has this kind of physique. No matter how much I eat, I won't get fat. If Christoia had a physique like yours, she would be overjoyed. The Devers chuckled. He looked at the tall, thin young man with emotion. You've been with me for so long. Even though you've become a citizen of Dionia, you're still willing to continue collecting intelligence for me. With your ability, you're fully qualified for any public office in the Alliance. It can be said that you've made a great contribution to the Alliance. Just like this public trial, I'm really grateful to you. But at the same time, I feel very guilty. Aristides suddenly felt a little uneasy. Does the Devers want me to leave here? The Devers' right hand gently tapped the armrest of the wooden chair a few times and slowly said, From now on, I can finally do something to repay you for your help. Aristides almost choked on his breath when he heard the Devers' sudden change of topic. The Devers continued, Aristides, you know Syracuse very well. Tell me, if we were to go to war with the powerful city-state of Sicily across the sea, do we have a chance of winning? Aristides' anxious heart finally beat rapidly. He suppressed his excitement and thought for a while before saying, Sir, I think there's still a big gap in strength between Dionia and Syracuse. The Devers was not surprised by the content of Aristides' words. What he was satisfied with was his attitude. Even though he had hatred for Syracuse, he could still stand on an objective position to analyze the problem. Oh, what's the gap? Tell me in detail. According to what you once told me, The strength of a city-state is mainly judged from four aspects: population, economic capacity, territory, and movement or mobilization ability, the Devers reminded him. I almost forgot. Aristeires reorganized his thoughts and continued. Now in Sicily, except for a few coastal city-states in the westernmost part of the island, which are still under the control of Carthage, the other areas have been conquered by the people of Syracuse, including the Sicyer people in the eastern inland, who have also been conquered by Dionysius through various despicable tactics such as bribery and assassination. Although the people of Carthage are still fighting fiercely with the Greek coalition forces of Sicily led by Dionysius Insaurus, according to the latest news, the people of Carthage have lost several battles, and it is estimated that defeat is only a matter of time. According to the information collected by the people we sent to Syracuse, Gela, Agrigent, Leontini, Aristeires paused for a moment, and the information collected by the people of Catanae, Naxos, and other city-states, as well as the information heard by the merchants of Dionia who went to the city-states of Sicily to trade, we have a general understanding of the strength of Syracuse. He paused again. The Devers patted the armrest, lightly. Just say it. I'm a brave man. The population of Syracuse and its surrounding towns is about 400,000. Including the other city-states directly controlled by Dionysius, it may be close to 1,300,000 people. Aristeires looked at the Devers. Chapter 364. Sicily, which Dionysius controls, is slightly smaller than Dionia. However, half of Dionia is mountainous and unable to grow grains and other crops. Sicily, on the other hand, is a famous wheat producer in the Mediterranean Sea. Based on last year's wheat trade volume in Syracuse, Sicily's wheat production may be twice as much as ours. Moreover, the port of Syracuse is prosperous. Compared to our city of Turiae, it almost monopolizes the maritime trade between the Greeks and Africa. Even though we are currently at war with Carthage, many Phoenician merchants can still be seen in the port of Syracuse. Although I don't know exactly how much the monthly commercial tax revenue of Syracuse is, whether it is the port capacity or the number of merchant ships, they are much stronger than Turiae. This does not include Agrigento, Catanae, Naxos, Messina, these city-states that were established 300 years ago. Their ports are very prosperous. Listening to Aristeires' words, Devers nodded involuntarily and said, Let's not talk about the war mobilization ability. Since Dionysius is a tyrant, his biggest advantage is that he can maximize the concentration of all the resources under his control, including the people. He can suddenly launch a war without the approval of the council. I remember you said last time that Dionysius deployed about 100,000 people in the war against Carthage on the north coast of Sicily this time. Yes, sir. To be exact, it should be nearly 80,000 infantry and 20,000 navy. Last time, how many people did he send to attack the west of Sicily? Devers asked again. It is said that it was also 100,000 people. Divers heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Syracuse can launch a large-scale war with 100,000 people at every turn. The key is that they can still support such a large number of troops to carry out a campaign for more than half a year at a place 100 miles away from their motherland. Syracuse's potential for war is really shocking, Divers exclaimed. Sir, although Syracuse is powerful, it is not without weaknesses. Seeing the frustration in the Devers' tone, Aristeires took the initiative to say, Dionysius tyrannized the people of Syracuse to prevent the people from rising up against him. He also forced the people to pay heavy taxes. The citizens of Syracuse had to pay 20% of their income to the national treasury every year. The people hated him. Moreover, the citizens of the other cities in Syracuse also hated him. Not only did they have to pay a high tribute to Syracuse, but their relatives were also killed by the people of Syracuse during the conquest of Syracuse. Some of their relatives were captured and sold as slaves to faraway places. They hated the people of Syracuse and Dionysius. The Devers gazed silently at Aristorathes' face, slightly distorted by pain. After a long while, he said, "You are right. However, as long as Dionysius's army continues to win, as long as his forces do not suffer major losses, the hatred of the people of Syracuse can only be hatred. They can't hurt Dionysius at all. He still has the support of Sparta," Aristides immediately said, "but Sparta is now in a war and has no extra power to support Dionysius. And in the south of Sicily, there is Syracuse's mortal enemy, Carthage. This is indeed a good opportunity." The Devers stroked the sparse stubble on his chin. "The current population of the Dionia Alliance is about 800,000 people. Whether it is commerce or agriculture, it is far behind Syracuse. Moreover, the military forces of Dionia are relatively scattered due to their geographical location. It is not easy to concentrate, and the navy is also weak. Once the war with Syracuse starts, the pressure will be great." Aristides looked at the Devers for a long time without saying a word. He was anxious, but he did not dare to show it. He subconsciously clenched the armrests of the wooden chair. "Aristides," the Devers finally spoke, "I allow you to send your men to Sicily from now on. They will have a detailed understanding of the forces that oppose Syracuse and Dionysius in the city-states of Sicily, and establish preliminary contact with them." "Yes, sir." Aristides was refreshed. He could not help but ask further, and then? The Devers looked at him with bright eyes. "Before the war with Syracuse, there is no then for the time being." The next day, the public trial of Turris continued, and it still attracted a large number of Dionia's citizens to watch, because the content of today's trial was mainly about whether Polixus and the others colluded with Syracuse and conspired to disturb Dionia. Although there were also cases of citizens being tried for colluding with foreign countries and betraying the country, such as Xenophon. A year ago, because he had been working for Athens, he was tried in absentia by the government of Athens for betraying Athens and was to be executed. This made Xenophon even more afraid to return to Athens. However, Dionia wrote the crime of treason into the codex, and according to the severity of the crime in detail, different sentences were given. The crime of treason alone took up several pages of the codex, which showed how much importance the Dionia Alliance attached to this crime. Today's trial would be the first time that the Dionia Alliance, which had only a few years of history, would try a crime of treason. The highest sentence for this crime was death. The excited citizens were all waiting to see the result. Compared to yesterday, Polixus was in a much worse state of mind today. Obviously, the trial yesterday had a great impact on him, but he had to pull himself together today, because if he was found guilty yesterday, the most severe punishment would be deprivation of citizenship and deportation. But if he was found guilty today, his life might be in danger. The appearance of Aristides was warmly welcomed by the people. Although the young judge was a little hunched, he won the hearts of the people with his quick thinking, sharp words, and courteous demeanor, especially when they saw him debating with Polixus and the others, who they hated so much until they were speechless. Some people even began to inquire about his family situation, and privately thought that they should marry their daughters to this young man with a bright future. Polixus was still trying to save himself, but unfortunately, there was too much evidence against him. In particular, there were a lot of Syracuse silver coins among the belongings found in his house. Because Syracuse had been fighting wars for expansion in the past few years, the treasury was almost empty, and they constantly collected heavy taxes from the people. Moreover, Dionysius disregarded the credit of the city and issued a kind of inferior silver coin to make up for the deficit in the treasury, forcing the people of Syracuse to use a kind of for drachma silver coin, that is, a silver coin weighing 4 times 1 drachma, which was mixed with a lot of lead, making it a shoddy product. This kind of silver coin was rarely circulated in the market of Dionia, but many of these coins were found in Polixus's belongings, even though his family didn't do sea trade. This kind of coin was also found in the belongings of Orpheus and Massacus. More importantly, Aristocle's cradle showed the jury the letters which had been found in the house of Polixus. Aristocrates picked 2 letters and read them aloud. "Sir Polixus, I received your letter and learned that the Senate of Dionia has recently made great progress on the issue of the Citizens' Assembly. General Quan, referring to Dionysius, is very happy to hear this news. As for the amount of silver you requested, he immediately agreed, and will soon ship it to the port of Turiae on a merchant ship. At the same time, he also asked me to remind you that it is not enough to just let the merchants and nobles come out to protest, because the main body of the Dionia alliance is not them, but the ordinary citizens who are soldiers of the legion. If you can get close to them, rope them in, and let them join the crowd of protesters, then. Polixus once again refused to admit, and shouted, "This is a forged letter." Forged. Then, please take a look at this letter. Aristocrates picked up another letter and showed it to the jury. This is the only letter we found written by you. It is in your handwriting, and it is also stamped. Look at the date. It happened to be the day you were arrested, so this letter was not sent out in time. I believe that the people will be very interested in the contents of this letter. With a sneer on his face, Aristocrates looked at Polixus, who was madly rushing over, trying to snatch the letter, but was restrained by the guards who were maintaining order in the court. Aristocrates read the letter aloud again. Sir Philistos, you may not know this, but Philistos is the most important minister of the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius. As for your previous suggestion, I do not agree with it. Roping in the ordinary citizens of Dionia will not be of much use to the passing of the Citizens' Assembly Bill. I've come up with a good idea. I can make use of some parts of the governing the Lacanians and Bruttians bill that Divers has formulated. I believe that with my instigation, those simple-minded so-called elders of the foreign races will probably give up their support for that proud young man. This is a forged letter. Someone is trying to frame me. Polixus endured the torrent of curses from the audience and shouted desperately. Aristotle Cradle immediately called the witness. After Hermes the Syracuse man was arrested, he was interrogated in some cruel ways that were beyond the standards of this era. For example, first his mouth and nose were covered with linen. Then water was poured on him and so on. It was a living hell. Then Metones coldly told him that he could either tell the truth and be sent back to Syracuse, or refuse to tell the truth and continue the interrogation. Chapter 365. Therefore, when Aristocrates raised the question, he cooperated and told the truth about how he was in contact with Polixus under Dionysius's order. Polixus, of course, denied it in every possible way, but the already restless emotions of the people erupted like a volcano. Traitor! Traitor! Hang him! Then let his soul receive an even harsher punishment in hell. Not only did Polixia's collaboration with the enemy infuriate the people, but it was also because of the contempt he showed for ordinary citizens and the disparagement he showed for the citizens of different races, which made the people burn with anger. The whole square was like a calm sea that had suddenly been hit by a storm. Monstrous waves crashed head-on, trying to destroy the temporary court. Not only Polixus and the others were trembling under the pressure of such a person. Even senior Judge Tridodemus was nervous, because according to the laws of Dionia, Polixus' illegal actions were not worthy of the death penalty. After all, Syracuse was not an enemy of Dionia, nor was it in a state of war. Furthermore, as a senator of the Senate, Polixus had the legal right to propose the Citizens' Assembly Bill. However, after the jury declared him guilty, and considering the trial yesterday, Tridodemus did not dare to make a final verdict. Instead, he frequently discussed with the assistant judge and the prosecutor Aristocrates in low voices. At this moment, a loud and clear bugle sounded. The people looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw the door of the Senate open, and the senators, led by Devers, walked out of the Senate hall. Under the protection of the guards, Devers walked down the steps and onto the wooden platform, because the wooden platform was built next to the steps. Tridodemus hurriedly went forward to salute, but was stopped by Devers. "This is the court, and you are the master here. I am only here to solve a small problem for you." Tridodemus immediately understood what he meant, and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, sir." Divers turned around and saw Aristocratia bowing respectfully to him. He patted Aristocratia's shoulder intimately and praised, "Aristocratia, I didn't expect you to do such a good job." Then he saluted the jury members, thanking them for their hard work. Then he glanced at the row of people in the dock. Compared to the fear and pleading in the eyes of Oliphas, Massacus, and the others, Polixus had no choice but to give up. His desperate eyes revealed a fierce light as he pointed at him and cursed. "Devers, you are afraid that I will fight for more rights for the citizens. So you fabricated false evidence to frame me. One day, the people will discover your true colors, and you will not escape the fair trial of Hades." Devers completely ignored his existence. He walked to the front of the wooden platform, stretched out his hands, and pressed down. A miracle happened. The sea, that was originally howling and tumbling under the platform, gradually calmed down. At this moment he said, "Citizens of Dionia, families of the citizens of Dionia, I am very happy to see so many people here to participate in the public trial. This shows that you love the Dionia Alliance and care about the Dionia's legal system. Here, on behalf of the Senate, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who have been working hard in front of the court for the past 2 days." After that, he bowed to the people seriously. The people applauded the Devers for their encouragement and sympathy. The law is sacred, especially in the Dionia Alliance, because Hades is supervising everything we do from below. Devers pointed to the ground. "We know that the citizens of the Dionia Alliance come from all over the Mediterranean Sea and come from all races. Because of different customs and cultures, there will inevitably be conflicts. The law gives order to Dionia and unites everyone. So don't protest against the judgment made according to the law of the Alliance, because if the judgment is changed because of your anger, then one day this injustice may fall on you or your family." The Devers' sincere words caused the people to think deeply. Some people originally thought that the Devers came to power to put pressure on Tritodemus so that his political enemy, Polixus, would receive a heavier sentence. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Taking advantage of the calm in the square, Tritodemus issued the sentence. Polixus was sentenced to multiple crimes and was deprived of his citizenship in Dionia, confiscated his illegal property, and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Oliphas, Massicus, and other senators accepted bribes from the Syracuse, but there was no clear evidence that they had further contact with the Syracuse, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Inanolus, Eurypus, and other senators were sentenced to 10 years in prison because there was no evidence that they had any contact with the Syracuse, and based on the crime they were sentenced to yesterday, they were deprived of their citizenship, confiscated their legal property, and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The words of the Devers worked. When the people heard the sentence, they all booed with regret, but they did not take any further actions. However, at this moment, Polixus suddenly broke free from the control of the soldiers and shouted to the people below the stage, "I did it for you, for the freedom of the citizens. One day you will regret the sentence you gave me today." His behavior was like pouring a can of oil into a furnace that was about to be extinguished, and the anger of the people was suddenly ignited again. Angry curses attacked the wooden stage again, and some people even spat on it. The guards hurriedly took Polixus and the other prisoners off the wooden stage. When he passed by the Devers, Inanolus did not dare to look in that direction until he got off the wooden stage and stood at the bottom of the steps of the Senate, looking at the senators on the steps. Inanolus' heart was filled with endless regret. Just because of a moment of greed, he went from being a respected senator to a prisoner that was reviled by everyone at the end of the public trial. Tritodemus, Aristocrates, and the other jurors left the wooden stage one after another. However, the people in the audience did not disperse because Divers, who was on the stage, did not leave either. They knew that the consul must have something to say. So compared to the end of yesterday, the square gradually returned to its original calm. Facing thousands of expectant eyes, the Devers knew in their hearts. What did the people of Dionia want to talk about at this moment? What did they want to get? But first, he wanted to start from another topic. Just now, Polixus said that everything he did was for the sake of the citizens of Dionia. If he had not committed crimes such as illegal occupation of land and restriction of civil liberties, I would be very happy to hear this, because this is the duty of a qualified senator of Dionia. A burst of sneers sounded under the stage, expressing their contempt for Polixus' ugly behavior of saying one thing and doing another, which diluted the impact of Polixus' last words. I am also very grateful to His Excellency Dionysius of Syracuse for taking the time to care about the political life of the people of Dionia in addition to his fierce battle with Carthage. I heard that the people of Syracuse are not very rich, so there is no need for him to waste a large amount of money here. If he could spend it on the people of Syracuse, perhaps it would make their lives a little better. Most importantly, the Devers sneered and said loudly, he, Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, didn't wipe the sh*t off his ass. What right does he have to criticize the alliance of Dionia and disturb the normal order of Dionia? The Devers' sarcastic words caused the people to roar with laughter. The Senate will send an envoy to Syracuse to lodge a protest to Dionysius, demanding an explanation and an apology. Perhaps you are worried that this will attract the hostility of Syracuse? I can tell you clearly that Syracuse is indeed powerful, but Dionia is just as powerful. Since the establishment of the alliance 5 years ago, we have never lost a battle. Dionysius of Syracuse is already having a hard time dealing with the strong enemy of Carthage in the south. Do you think he would dare to risk being attacked from both sides and provoke us? Citizens, the Legion of Dionysia formed by you is not only the true steel wall of Dionia, but also an incomparably sharp sword. When you are armed, it is enough to dispel any city-state's ambition towards Dionia. The words of the Devers resonated with the people, arousing their courage and sense of honor. Sir Devers is right. Our First Legion is invincible. We are not afraid of any enemy's attack. Our Second Legion is not bad either. If the people of Syracuse dare to step on the land of the south, we will drive them into the sea and feed them to the fishes and prawns. In the mountains, no one can defeat Legio III. We are the strongest there. You should know that in the Legion of Dionysia, we, Legio IV, are the only legion that has taken down the enemy's city. We are the strongest in terms of siege. Not only do we have a strong legion, we also have an invincible commander. Under the protection of Hades, the people of Syracuse must be out of their minds to dare to oppose us. Long live the Legion of Dionysia! Long live the commander! The quarrel at the beginning turned into a tsunami of cheers. The shadow in their hearts, when they first heard that the people of Syracuse were playing tricks on them, seemed to have been swept away. The Devers once again pressed his hands down. When the cheers died down, he said in a deep voice, "This time Polixus, Inanalus, and the other senators have committed such a huge crime. They have seized so much public property of Dionia, and a large number of public officials of the alliance were involved in this case. Not only did it shock me and the Senate, it also shocked all of you here, and it shocked the entire Dionia alliance. This is my dereliction of duty, the Senate's dereliction of duty. You should be angry, and you should criticize the Senate. But after the anger, we need to think about how to prevent such a terrible incident from happening again." Chapter 366. The words of the Devers made the people in the square fall into deep thought, and they began to whisper among themselves. Some smart people realized that the smart governor would not bring up such a sensitive topic at such a sensitive moment for no reason. Perhaps he had something to announce, so they became excited. Sure enough, the Devers raised his voice and continued, "As the highest authority in Dionia and the leader of the citizens, the Senate immediately conducted a deep reflection on itself after this incident. After repeated discussions and amendments, it passed the act of the local Assembly of Dionia this morning." As soon as the words came out, the whole square was in an uproar. "Quiet! Quiet!" The Devers made a hand gesture and said loudly, "Listen carefully before you discuss, otherwise you'll miss the key point. If you want me to repeat it again, I won't have such a good attitude." After the Devers' joke made the people burst into laughter again, they stared at the Devers on the stage and pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a word. The square became silent. This act allows each city in the Union of Dionia to establish its own local assembly. The citizens of Bendermo, this is an administrative unit of Dionia being established. It's a level lower than the cities. It's formed by the merger of several villages. Will vote to elect the councillors of Bendermo. The basic requirement is that every 300 citizens will elect one councillor. The candidates must first be citizens of Dionia who have served in the military, have no record of tax evasion, no major criminal record, and have a good performance. Then the councillors elected by the citizens will form the local assembly of the city. They will assist the city governor to formulate local laws and regulations, supervise the work of public officials, and put forward suggestions that are beneficial to the development of the city. The term of the councillors of the local assembly is 2 years, and the election will be held during the winter break. In addition, at the end of October after the autumn harvest every year, the local assembly of each city will elect a delegation to come to Turiai to participate in the Senate General Assembly. They will listen to the elders of the Senate's summary of the development of Dionia in the past year. They can put forward their own opinions and participate in the revision of the Code of Dionia and the enactment of new laws. As soon as the Devers finished speaking, the entire square began to boil. The Senate of Dionia had finally granted ordinary citizens the right to participate in and discuss politics. Dios and Igboris looked at each other and thought the same thing. The problem they were worried about yesterday had been solved by the Devers. When the merchants heard the news, they would probably dispel their decision to leave Dionia. The two of them, like the rest of the people, were waving their arms and cheering excitedly. However, they saw Devers still standing on the wooden platform, shouting, "Silence! Please keep quiet. I'm not done yet." Through the reply of a dozen soldiers, the citizens who heard this immediately reminded each other, "The consul still has something to say." The people immediately suppressed the excitement in their hearts, held their breath, and continued to listen to what other good news the Devers would say. The Alliance of Dionia is different from other city-states. The Senate directly governs many cities and leads hundreds of thousands of your citizens. Because there are too many affairs and the territory is too vast, the Senate is unable to carry out comprehensive and strict supervision, and it is also unable to ensure that the public officials of the cities are fair and honest. This is why there are criminals such as Polixis and Orifice who embezzle the public property of the Alliance. Now that there is the assistance and supervision of the local parliament, the situation may be much better, but the Devers changed the topic. All citizens of Dionia can be elected as members of the local parliament, including those who have held public office in the Alliance and those who have held public office in the city-state after retiring. As time goes by, I'm afraid there will be some problems. The Devers stopped speaking, and immediately the people below the platform asked curiously, "Sir, what problems will there be?" "Aren't you worried that there will be collusion between the parliament members and public officials like today?" The words of the Devers were like a bucket of cold water poured on the excitement of the people, causing them to fall into deep thought. "Sir Devers, it seems that you shouldn't speculate about the future local parliament members with such an attitude," Raphael, who still served as the Alliance's registry officer, said softly. "No, I think it's the opposite." Senior Judge Tritodemos, who returned to the Senate, retorted, "Sir Devers, in order to deal with the worst possible situation, enact the corresponding bill, which is actually to protect them and prevent someone from becoming the second Polixis. This is the best effect that the law of Dionia aims to achieve, that is, to deter the people and make them abide by the law, not to catch more criminals." At this time, the Devers said in a loud voice, "For this reason, I propose to ask the Senate to discuss and pass the Guardian of Dionia Bill." Civilian protector? The people were puzzled by this unfamiliar term. Compared to the slow reaction of the people, the expressions of the Senate members on the platform were much more interesting. Even the usually steady Kunigarata sighed, helplessly. "Today is really a victory for the people." "This is a good thing." Cornelis said happily, I used to have some misunderstandings about Sir Devers. I didn't expect that once he decided to let the citizens participate in politics, he would make such a big concession. Marigi sneered in his heart as he listened to the discussion of the Senate members around him. This bill allows the citizens of each city to elect a guardian through voting. Each city can have no more than 10 guardians, and their term is also 2 years. Guardian, from the name, you should know that it is a position to protect the people. The guardian must be a citizen who has never held any public office and has sworn not to do so in the future. Of course, he must also be a good citizen who has served in the military, paid taxes on time, and has no criminal record. His task is to supervise and expose the illegal acts of public officials and Senate members. For local laws that harm the interests of the people, he can discuss with the Senate to amend them or even reject them. The Senate will also grant the guardian the privilege of inviolability during his term of office. No one is allowed to harm the guardian unless it is a serious crime. Otherwise, the sentence will be heavier. During the winter break every year, the guardian of each city will also elect representatives to come to Turiai with a delegation from the Senate to report to the Council of Dionia, as well as the highest level censor, and judge about the local supervision and make suggestions. The original text of the 2 important bills, the Act of the Local Assembly of Dionia and the Act of the Guardian of Dionia, will be posted on the bulletin wall for you to read carefully. The bulletin wall is a screen wall that was built 2 years ago under the side steps of the Senate at the suggestion of the Devers. When the Senate passes a new bill or gives a new order, the original text will be posted on the bulletin wall so that the people can understand and learn in time. After the Devers finished speaking, the square suddenly fell into a strange silence. The people seemed to be unable to believe that it was true. Yesterday, they were still angry about the corruption of the Senate, debating whether they should go to the Senate to protest and ask for a citizens' assembly. Today, they suddenly had the right to participate in politics, discuss politics, and supervise, especially the position of guardian of the people. It really gave the ordinary people the right to speak in politics. The people felt like they were dreaming. Some people even asked the Devers on the stage, "Sir, is this true?" The Devers replied with a smile, "Don't you believe what the Devers say?" So there was jubilation in the square. The ecstasy in the hearts of the people was far more than watching a football game, soaking in a big hot spring, or even attending a Hades celebration. This was the natural desire of human beings for power and freedom. The experienced people knew that even in a very democratic city-state, such as Athens, most of the people only participated in politics and voted for the election of the general. The people in power were always well-educated, wealthy citizens, and even nobles. The ordinary people had to work all day to make a living. How could they have the money to receive education? How could they have the time to deal with the political affairs of the city-state? When the city-state was in the hands of the nobles and the rich, would they think more about the civilians? The answer was very obvious. Now, in the alliance of Dionia, the governor had asked the Senate to take the initiative to hand over some of the power to the civilians, so that they could directly intervene in the implementation of laws and find out the lawbreakers among the public officials. How could they not be ecstatic? Long live Dionia! Long live Sir Devers! These 2 kinds of cheers from the heart were like the waves in the sea, rumbling over the square until they resounded throughout the city. This was going to be a new era. The Devers stood in the center of the surging waves, motionless and solemn. The Senate had the power to legislate, the Assembly had the power to participate in politics, and the Commissioner had the power to supervise. They restrained each other and formed a balance. This was the first step to achieving the political structure that he had envisioned. But where was his position? The Devers looked at the sun that had begun to set in the west. It was warm but not scorching, striking but not glaring. In the city of Syracuse, the Dionia emissary delegation, led by Ansetanos, had been staying for several days. Chapter 367. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Ansetanos sat still and comforted his student with gentle words. He pointed to a clay pot on the table beside him. "Come, Have a taste of Carthage's horse milk honey syrup to quench your thirst. This syrup tastes good. It's sour and sweet, very unique. I've just asked my attendant to buy it from the Syracuse market. I'm not drinking it. Henipolis angrily sat on the wooden chair, causing it to creak in pain. Henny. Ansatanos knew his student's temper, so he wasn't offended. Instead, he said in a coaxing tone, "You're going to be the consul of Laos in the future. You can't do things on impulse. If we go back without even meeting Dionysius, not only will we fail our mission, but we'll also be blamed. The people of Syracuse will also laugh at us for not knowing etiquette. It's Dionysius who doesn't know etiquette and didn't meet us in time. Why are you blaming us instead?" Henipolis yelled in dissatisfaction, interrupting Ansatanos. "They can say that they're busy negotiating with Carthage, so they couldn't take the time to meet us. After all, to the people of Syracuse, Carthage is much more important than Dionia," Ansatanos said calmly. Henipolis snorted coldly and looked at Ansatanos. "Teacher, in fact, Dionysius just wants to give us the cold shoulder and embarrass Dionia, right? If Dionysius is such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't be able to become the overlord of Syracuse. I'm afraid it's just that he treats different things differently." Ansatanos stroked his grizzled beard, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "So, we don't have to be anxious at all. Let's wait. We can see how important the Dionia alliance is to Dionysius." Although Henipolis was young and impetuous, he was not a fool. On the contrary, his talent was the reason why Ansatanos was willing to let this student accompany him on the Syracuse mission. "All right then, we'll compete with Dionysius in patience. Let's see who can't take it anymore. In the afternoon, I will go to the theater in town to see a play." In truth, though Syracuse was larger and more populous than Turin, it did not have the lively vitality of Turin. "There's no ball game to watch here, and there's no good food to eat, so I can only go and watch a play," Henipolis said teasingly. He picked up the clay pot on the table and took a big gulp. Then he spat it all out on the ground. "This thing is sour and fishy. It tastes terrible, much worse than beer. Young people don't know how to taste." Ansatanos quickly took the clay pot, fearing that John Leashing would spit out all the liquid inside. This liquid was learned from the Namibians by the Carthage people. They made some minor improvements to make the taste more suitable for sailors at sea. In Namibia, this thing is not only used to quench thirst, it's part of the food. What does Namibia have to do with us? From your tone, it seems that you want to study the history of this race again, Henipolis said disapprovingly. He thought he knew his teacher better. "Not me. But the owner of the house where you usually stay is very interested in this. He has asked me many times about Namibia," Ansatanos said after taking a sip of the liquid. "You mean Master Devers?" Henipolis immediately became interested. "Why does he ask about Namibia?" The Dionia alliance and Namibia are separated by the ocean, Sicily and Carthage. It's impossible for them to have any direct contact. Ansatanos pointed to his chest and said slowly, "There are always one or two people in this world who think from a height that others can't reach because their world is extremely vast. Master Devers is really a great person," Henipolis said sincerely. Suddenly he thought of something and said, "Teacher, now that the Carthage people have chosen to stop the war, I'm afraid it's not good for us to meet Dionysius, and it's not good for Dionia." Ansatanos looked at his student with admiration and asked, "Why?" Henipolis knew that his teacher was testing him again, so after carefully sorting out his thoughts, he said, "In the Western Mediterranean, Syracuse has always been the most powerful Greek city-state, but it has always been confined to the island of Sicily. The biggest reason is the Carthage people. The powerful forces of the Carthage people on Sicily not only keep Syracuse vigilant, but also threaten its survival many times. It's very difficult for Syracuse to deal with Carthage. How can they have the energy to care about things outside of Sicily? But in fact, the people of Syracuse have always been interested in Greece. I remember that decades ago, the tyrant of Syracuse, Chiron, had sent troops into Greece. But in the past few years, the situation in Sicily has been very different. The two large-scale military operations of Carthage have failed miserably. I heard that they also suffered more than 20,000 casualties this time, which was why they had to propose a truce. I'm afraid they don't have much power to threaten Syracuse anymore. Ansitanos nodded in agreement with his student's opinion, but he did not think that Syracuse would carry out military operations against Greece. So he said, the reason why the Carthage people lost was that they seemed to be fighting against Syracuse, but in fact they were fighting against the power of the entire Greek city-states. How could the Peloponnesus alliance led by Sparta and the city-states of Campania, such as Neapolis, allow foreigners to completely occupy Sicily, thus cutting off the trade routes between the East and West Mediterranean Sea, and even threatening their rear, referring to Sparta? I believe that after experiencing these two crushing defeats, the people of Carthage will become smarter and will not easily start a war in Sicily. With their powerful strength in Africana, they will still be the biggest threat to Syracuse. You're right, Professor. However, at least for now, it seems that the power of Syracuse is much stronger than that of Carthage. This time, after their peace talks with Carthage, I'm afraid that the people of Carthage will definitely retreat to the west of Sicily. Everyone can see that Syracuse will unify Sicily, and it's something that will happen in the near future, Hinepolis said worriedly. Yes, this is the problem that our alliance will have to pay attention to, Ansitanos said in a low voice. We can't just pay attention to it. I don't think that Dionysius will be satisfied with dominating Sicily. Dionysius is a greedy person. The two wars with Carthage were triggered by his initiative to expand his territory. If Sicily stabilizes, I'm afraid that he will target Greece. Although Ansitanos did not agree with Hinepolis's exaggeration of the war threat of Syracuse as a scholar, he liked to debate with his students, which was good for inspiration. Hence he frowned and asked, why must it be Greece? Because Carthage is to the south of Sicily. No matter how arrogant Dionysius is, he won't dare to behave atrociously in Carthage's territory. To the east is Sparta's sphere of influence. To the west is the Iberian Peninsula. Not only is it a long voyage, I heard that there are many colonies established by the people of Carthage there. Unless Dionysius is out of his mind, it's impossible for him to go on an expedition and make the same mistake as Athens. Therefore, it could only be Magna Graecia in the north, which was only separated from Sicily by the narrow strait of Messina. Dionysius could send 100,000 troops to Magna Graecia in half a day, and I think that Dionysius has long coveted Greece. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married a Rockley woman and formed an alliance with Rockley. Now, when he was fighting with Carthage, he didn't forget to send spies to disturb Dionia. His ambition for Greece is very obvious. Henri, you have to understand that it's one thing to have ambition, but it's another to be able to start a war. Dionysius may have coveted Greece, but Greece now has the Dionia alliance. As Ansitanos spoke, a strange thought suddenly came to his mind. If Thurii was still the Thurii of the past, the future of the city-states in Greece would be unimaginable when faced with the behemoth Syracuse. Thanks to Hades for sending Devers, he established the Dionia alliance and almost integrated the power of Greece. So Dionysius had to treat it seriously. Syracuse has been fighting wars every year. I heard that the national treasury can't make ends meet, and the people are very dissatisfied. I believe you felt it when you strolled around the city these days. In such a terrible situation, can Syracuse launch a large-scale war like the one against Carthage? I don't think it's possible. Besides, this time we came to Syracuse to let Dionysius know the determination of the Dionia alliance and completely dispel his unrealistic ambition. Ansitanos said confidently. Hinepolis was influenced by him and nodded cautiously. At this time, an attendant walked into the guest room and said, Lord Ansitanos, someone is looking for you outside. He said he was sent by Philistos. Philistos, an important minister of Dionysius? Ansitanos and his student looked at each other. Ansitanos was invited to the banquet hosted by Philistos tonight. At dusk, The carriage sent by Philistos arrived at the hotel. Ansatanos and Hinepolis boarded the carriage. Ansatanos's emissary group lived in the city center of Syracuse. The original colony of Syracuse was Ortygia Island. A few decades ago, Dylan became the tyrant of Syracuse. He led a large number of immigrants and began to expand inland. The expanded urban area was the current city center of Syracuse. Most of the temples, theaters, and markets were concentrated here. But this area, which was not small to begin with, was only a small part of the city that the Syracuse people expanded. Chapter 368. After Dionysius came to power in order to fight against Carthage, he was deeply aware of the strategic importance of the Epipoli highland to the city's defense. During the Peloponnesus War, Athens's expedition to Sicily occupied the highland and fought a long battle against the people of Syracuse. Therefore, he mobilized more than 6,000 free men, and under the stimulation of the promise of citizenship, they quickly built a wall about 15 miles long, encircling the Epipoli highland, which was 6 times the size of the central district, into the city of Syracuse. At this point, the city of Syracuse became the largest city in all of Greece. It faced the sea in the east with steep cliffs and cliffs. It faced the mountains in the west and north, treacherous and difficult to climb. Only the southwest side was close to the port, but there were also swamps and rivers that hindered the march. When Carthage led the army to attack the city of Syracuse, they could not do anything to the giant city, and in the end, they were defeated due to the outbreak of the plague. Ansatanos's carriage headed towards the southeast corner of the city of Syracuse, and its destination was the island of Ortygia. Although it was called an island, it was actually connected to the mainland. It was the original colony of the people of Syracuse, and later became the location of the Acropolis of Syracuse. Most of the Greek city-states had their Acropolis in the center of the city, but the Acropolis of Syracuse was isolated in the sea, which was quite strange. Dionysius happened to have his eyes on the geographical location of Ortygia and built his palace on the island. Due to the lesson learned from being almost ousted by the citizens of Syracuse twice, he surrounded the entire island with walls and a garrison. Only his friends and supporters were allowed to live on the island, and of course Philistos's mansion was also located on the island. The carriage sped all the way and stopped when it reached the isthmus that connected Ortygia to the mainland. In front of the carriage was a tall wall, completely cutting off the road to the island. In front of the wall, there was a small but sturdy castle. It could be imagined that if an enemy attacked from here, they would be attacked by the combined forces of the castle and the soldiers on the city walls. Ansatanos was deeply moved by this arrangement. He returned to the carriage and said to Hinepolis in a low voice, "If the leader of a city-state is so wary of his citizens, how can he be loved by them?" Being a citizen of Syracuse almost cost him his life. It's not easy being a tyrant. Hinepolis had been wandering around Syracuse for the past 2 days. He understood Dionysius's actions. In comparison, Master Devers is much more relaxed in Thurii. Master Devers is not a tyrant. You must remember this. Ansatanos noticed that Hinepolis had the tendency to compare the Devers' status in Thurii to Dionysius. He immediately reminded him seriously, Master Devers doesn't even have the intention of being a tyrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created such a strange official position as the protector of the people to limit the power of those in power. Ansatanos' eyes were full of admiration. Hinepolis nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he asked hesitantly, "Teacher, do you think my father is a tyrant?" After the carriage passed the inspection of the city guards, it passed through 3 city gates and entered Ortygia Island. Philistos' mansion was quite luxurious, especially the large and spacious living room. The floor was completely paved with marble with colorful patterns, polished as smooth as a mirror. Finely carved golden-laid lamps were lined up on both sides, glittering with golden light. Each lamppost had 5 candles as thick as an arm, illuminating the living room as if it was daytime. There were more than a dozen beautiful female slaves of different skin colors, serving each table in the living room. Philistos, an important minister of Dionysius who controlled the civil affairs of Syracuse, was a little thin and weak. His rather handsome face exuded the air of a scholar. At this moment, his smile was as kind as the spring breeze. He began to introduce the other guests to Ansatanos. This is Leptinus, the younger brother of General Plenipotentiary Dionysius, the Navy commander of Syracuse. It's an honor to meet you. Both parties hurriedly greeted each other. Ansatanos sized him up curiously. This younger brother of the tyrant of Syracuse had a simple and honest appearance. This is the minister of General Plenipotentiary, my close friend Herolas. The middle-aged man that Philistos was talking about had a sharp gaze. He took the initiative to greet Ansatanos. Ansatanos of Turii, I've long heard of your name. Welcome. I went to Amendola a few years ago and met with your archon, Diphus. Oh, he wasn't the consul of Dionia at that time, but he left a deep impression on me. Ansatanos hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. Philistos then introduced him to the next person. This is General Marcius of Syracuse. Marcius, the former mercenary leader of Campania, simply greeted Ansatanos. Philistos then led Ansatanos to the last guest. This is also my close friend, the most famous music poet in all of Sicily, Pharisanus. The man named Pharisanus said, Lord Philistos, you flatter me too much. I'm just an ordinary person who likes music and poetry. I don't hold any position in Syracuse, so I can't be compared to them. He pointed to the few people in front of him. If I hadn't heard that you're from Turii and a scholar, I wouldn't have come. Pharisanus' straightforward words made Philistos a little embarrassed. However, Henepolis, who was behind Ansatanos, asked in surprise, You're Pharisanus? That's great. The bards of Turii often recite your poems, such as The Autumn Wind Rustles, My Heart is Sad, My Former Lover, Where Are You Now? Pharisanus did not expect to meet an admirer from Turii at the banquet. He was a little surprised, so he asked, Who is he? Henepolis, Ansatanos' student, the young man answered hurriedly. He's also the only son of Avinogus, the consul of Laos. Marcius said. Ansatanos was shocked. He looked at the other people's faces, but they did not seem to be surprised. Obviously, they already knew that he was a student. It seemed like the people of Syracuse had already done a detailed investigation on his envoy. Student, what are you learning from him? Pharisanus asked in surprise. He did not know Ansatanos well. I'm learning the history of the Mediterranean, and I'm also training in writing essays and participating in the compilation of my teacher's books, Henepolis answered. Pharisanus looked at Ansatanos in surprise and asked directly, What book are you writing? Ansatanos said humbly, I want to write a book about the history of southern Italy. It's just the beginning, so I'm still looking for information. All right, everyone, let's take our seats at the banquet. We can talk while we eat. Philistos urged everyone to take their seats. Soon, the servants brought out plate after plate of dishes. I know the food of Turii is very famous. Unfortunately, I don't have a chef who knows how to cook Turii food. I hope the food will satisfy you, Philistos said to Ansatanos. Ansatanos opened his arms and pointed at the food on his table. He pretended to be surprised and said, This is too sumptuous. Philistos laughed and was about to say something. Leptinius, who was sitting opposite him, said loudly, I heard that most of the food in Dionia was invented by your consul Devers. Is that true? You should know that the food originally came from the restaurant of the Devers' wife, Christoia. Almost all the citizens of Dionia think that it was invented by the Devers. Of course, that includes me, Ansatanos answered in a roundabout way. I heard that the popular football and football games in Greece were also invented by him. Even the doctors in Dioria call him teacher. As a consul, the Dionia alliance is considered a powerful force. He must have a lot of work to do. How could he have so much energy to squander on such trivial matters? Macias' tone was filled with doubt. That's right. You have to admit that some people are blessed by the gods and are born with more talent and energy than others. Although such cases are rare, they do exist. For example, Perleand, the tyrant of Corinth. Moreover, our consul is favored by Hades. Ansatanos answered calmly, How can your consul be compared to Perleand, who created the glory of Corinth hundreds of years ago? Pharisaius interrupted. Hinepolis looked furious. Ansatanos quickly stopped him with a look. Through the previous interaction, Ansatanos felt that the poet of Syracuse was a straightforward person. He said solemnly, But in the hearts of the citizens of Dionia, the consul Devers is far more important than Perleand. He led the army to defeat powerful enemies many times, rebuilt the burned Turiae, conquered the barbarians in the mountains, built roads for the convenience of the people and prosperous trade. He established hospitals to reduce the number of sick and injured people. He funded the establishment of academies and schools to improve the quality of the people and encourage scholars to explore knowledge. He invented ball games and food to entertain the people. He also established fair laws to give the citizens more rights. It was he who created the city-states alliance of Dionia, which kept Greece in a state of peace for the past few years. Therefore, some citizens of Dionia even call him Father in meetings. He is undoubtedly the father of the Dionia alliance. Chapter 369. In Syracuse, only Pharisaius would dare to praise another city's governor in public. Unfortunately, I heard that Dives of Dionia was born into a lowly family and used to be a shepherd. Macias interrupted. Unfortunately, I have heard that Dives of Dionysia is of humble birth, and that he used to be a shepherd, referring to Daves's work as a shepherd in Thessaly before he became a mercenary, said Marcius before he could finish. Hinepolis could not help but retort, Is Lord Dionysius born into a noble family? I heard that before he became a general, he was just an ordinary clerk in Syracuse. Lord Devers once said to me, True heroes do not care about their family background because they rely on their own abilities, not the gifts of their family. Well said. This is what I admire the most about Lord Dionysius. Philistos praised loudly to cover up Macias's slip of the tongue. Everyone here has achieved their distinguished status through their own hard work. Yes, yes. Macias quickly agreed to cover up his awkwardness. Everyone. Philistos hurriedly stood up with his glass of wine, looked around, and said loudly, as I have been accompanying Lord Dionysius to negotiate with Carthage's people for the past few days, I have been so busy that I have neglected our esteemed guests from Dionia. With my friends here, I will punish myself with a glass of wine to express my apology. Good. Helolis raised his glass, and so did Leptinius, Macias, and Pharisaius. Ansatanos did not stand up to stop them, because he knew that Philistos was speaking on behalf of Dionysius, and the wine naturally contained Dionysius's apology. After Philistos and the others finished their wine, Ansatanos stood up with Hinepolis, raised his glass, and said, I am very grateful for Lord Philistos's gracious invitation. At the same time, I congratulate Lord Dionysius for defeating the powerful Carthage many times with the help of everyone else. This is a great victory for Syracuse, and the most exciting news the people of Greece have ever heard. Because the greatest enemy of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean, Carthage, has been dealt a heavy blow, the people of Sicily and Greece will enjoy a long period of peace. With that, the two drank their wine. Well said. Philistos raised his glass again and shouted, To Lord Dionysius, long live Syracuse. When the others raised their glasses to congratulate him, Ansatanos noticed that Helolis's expression was not as serious and enthusiastic as the other two, and Pharisaius did not follow suit. Instead, he shouted, To the peace of Sicily. Then Philistos made a gesture, and the musicians and dancers walked into the hall, and the banquet officially began. In the beautiful melody Under the gentle swaying of the gentle dance, everyone toasted each other and ate heartily. When the music stopped and the dancers left, Hienepolis was unknowingly full under the coquettish voice of the beautiful female slaves. He saw that Marsyas had already kissed and slept with the female slaves, and Leptinus was also flirting with the female slaves. Only Helolis was still eating slowly and elegantly, and Pharisanius had even dismissed the female slaves on his left and right. He then turned his head to look at his teacher Ansitanos, who was eating very little and watching the dance with a smile on his face. Hienepolis suddenly felt ashamed of his poor self-control. At this time, Philistos, who was sitting on the main seat, coughed twice and attracted everyone's attention. He then said, "Lord Ansitanos, since the establishment of the Dionia alliance, there has been no formal diplomatic contact between our two sides. This time, did Dionia send you to Syracuse for the sake of friendship? Here it comes." Ansitanos had been gathering his strength for a long time, waiting for this moment. He immediately smiled and said, "Of course it's for the sake of friendship. Syracuse is a large state of Sicily, and Dionia is also a powerful alliance of Great Greece. Before this, one of them was busy dealing with Carthage, and the other was busy fighting off the natives in the mountains. Due to various reasons, the two great Greek forces that were so close to each other did not establish friendly contact and communication, which led to a regrettable incident. Ansitanos purposely stopped talking. The people in Syracuse did not speak, but it was Pharisanius who asked curiously, 'What's the regrettable incident?' Ansitanos seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Several senators in the Senate of Dionia were accused by the people of corruption and other crimes. When we were collecting evidence of their illegal acts, we found a large number of silver coins of 4 drachmas from Syracuse in their mansions, and some letters. These letters," Ansitanos looked at Philistos. Philistos seemed to be listening attentively. The main content was to communicate with Polixus, the convicted senator of Dionia, about how to disrupt the order of the Dionia alliance, cause riots among the people, oust the consul Devers, and so on. These letters were signed by Philistos. Ansitanos looked at the host of the banquet again. The letters also mentioned that he was ordered by Lord Dionysius. Polixus himself also admitted that he was supported by Syracuse, which was why he dared to carry out these actions that betrayed the alliance. "There's such a thing." Philistos looked shocked. "I've never written a letter to anyone called Bo." "Polixus, this is really Lord Ansitanos. Did you bring the letters you mentioned?" "I did." Ansitanos was already prepared. He took out a letter from the bag he carried and handed it to the female slave next to him. Philistos couldn't wait to take the letter and read it. Then he put on a relieved smile. "Lord Ansitanos, if the handwriting and signature of every letter in your hand are the same, I can tell you for sure that these letters were not written by me." "Oh." Ansitanos pretended to be surprised. "Go and get a few copies of the letters with my signature from my study." Philistos immediately ordered his slave. "Let me see this letter," Herola said, and Philistos handed the letter to him. Just when the slave went to get the letter and the banquet fell into a temporary silence, Herolas took the letter and said, "Well, Lord Ansitanos, I was very shocked when I heard the news you just said, but I would like to try to stand on the sidelines and say my own judgment. Philistos is a proud and virtuous man of letters. He would not stoop to such despicable things as a despicable man would do, nor would he ever have AP. Polixus, Leptinus reminded him. For Polixus, it is impossible for Philistos to write to him, and Lord Dionysius, as a general with full authority, is very happy to see that Dionia has a governor like him, so that he will feel that he is not alone in this vast western Mediterranean. How could he do anything to undermine the rule of Lord Devers? Yes, my brother would never do such a thing." Leptinus emphasized loudly. "I think it might be like this." Philistos pondered for a moment, then analyzed seriously. "Lord Dionysius single-handedly created today's powerful Syracuse and united the Greek city-states of Sicily. but he was also hated by many people. I think you all know that when Carthage's army came to Syracuse a few years ago, some people in the city incited the people to riot, trying to oust Lord Dionysius from power. Although the situation was finally settled, there have been rumors circulating in Syracuse over the years, and even small disturbances and assassinations have occurred. Otherwise, Lord Quan would not live on this island and be so heavily guarded. These people are like poisonous snakes hiding in their caves, ignoring the peace and stability of Sicily, and seizing every opportunity to attack Lord Dionysius and us, his supporters. Carthage's army was defeated, but there is an alliance of Dionia and Greece that is as powerful as Syracuse. If a war breaks out between Syracuse and Dionia, they will have a chance to come out from the shadows again and create chaos in Syracuse to achieve their goal. Are you saying that Lord Dionysius's opponents did this, and then framed you, Lord Philistos? Ansitanos asked with a faint smile. That's very possible, Philistos replied seriously. Then we have also captured a Syracuse citizen named Hermes in Turin. He has fully admitted that he was sent by Lord Dionysius to go to Turin and bribe Polixus and the others to destroy Dionia. How do you explain that? Ansitanos sneered. Hermes? Philistos was a little confused. He asked the others, does Syracuse have such a citizen? Hinepolis could not help but say loudly again, stop pretending. We have investigated him thoroughly. Hermes is a citizen of Syracuse, and he lives in the center of the city, in the merchant district, next to the Temple of Apollo. He has 2 sons, and he is also Lord Herolus's clerk, am I right? Is that true? Philistos was shocked, but Herolus was even more shocked. He turned to look at Philistos, and when their eyes met, he said hesitantly, I do have a clerk named Hermes, but a year ago I went to Cyrenaica, and when I came back I heard that he was punished for corruption and lost his position. If the same person was captured in Turin, I really did not expect him to go to Turin. If you don't believe me, you can check the court records. His criminal record from half a year ago. This is going to be troublesome. Philistos suddenly said loudly, and his expression became extremely serious. What's wrong? Leptines asked in confusion. Chapter 370. What should we do? Leptinus began to worry. Just as Philistos was about to speak, he saw a slave coming over with a letter. He quickly opened the 2 letters and handed them to the slave along with the one Ansitanos had given him. Lord Ansitanos, can you see if the handwriting is the same? Hinepolis also moved to his teacher's side and picked up the letter to compare. The handwriting is indeed very different, Ansitanos nodded and admitted. Hinepolis did not say anything else. Philistos then passed the letter to the others. This is obviously not written by Lord Philistos. I know that he likes to sign his name with a hook at the end of the letter. But this person wrote it with a straight stick. Marcius said loudly. Herolus took a deep look at Philistos and said simply, it's not. He then passed the letter to Pharisanus, who was standing beside him. Pharisanus carefully checked it, raised the letter, and said to Ansitanos, this is definitely not Philistos' handwriting. All right, there's finally some progress. Philistos rubbed his hands and showed a relieved expression. Then he said with a serious expression, it seems that someone purposely used my name to contact Polixus and the others that Lord Ansitanos mentioned. It seems like they are trying to destroy the order of the Dionia alliance, but they are actually trying to sow discord between Syracuse and Dionia in an attempt to incite a war. As for Hermes, this is related to the safety of Syracuse, so we need to conduct a detailed investigation. But no matter what, the source of Dionia's troubles is Syracuse. As the chief executive of Syracuse, I have an unshirkable responsibility to manage it. Here, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to Lord Ansitanos and the Dionia alliance. He then stood up and bowed to Ansitanos. Ansitanos sat upright and accepted his bow. At the same time, Syracuse is willing to compensate for the losses caused by Dionia, as a sign of our desire to be close to Dionia. Philistos continued to state his hopes. This is another important mission that I've received from the Senate to go to Syracuse. Ansetanos said solemnly, the Daionia Alliance is willing to sign an alliance agreement with Syracuse. Not only will we have friendly diplomatic exchanges, but we will also prosper in trade. Moreover, in terms of military security, there are strong barbarians in the northern mountains of Daionia who have repeatedly threatened our borders. Syracuse's formidable enemy, Carthage, has suffered repeated defeats, but it still has vast territory and great wealth in the city of Africa, which could make a comeback at any time. Therefore, Daionia was willing to join forces with Syracuse to protect the Greek city-states of the western Mediterranean. As soon as Ansetanos said this, the banquet suddenly became quiet. Anyone with a bit of political sense could understand the hidden meaning in Ansetanos' words. Firstly, Ansetanos was subtly reminding everyone that Carthage was still a formidable enemy of Syracuse, and that they should not be enemies with Daionia anymore. Secondly, Daionia wanted to be on the same footing as Syracuse. After all, Syracuse was currently the leader of the Greek city-states of the western Mediterranean. Our mighty Syracuse is not afraid of any enemy now. Who cares about Carthage? If it dares to come again, we will defeat it again. Messias loudly expressed his disdain towards Carthage. Philistos clapped and said, "That's a very good suggestion. Sir Ansetanos, don't worry. I will report this to Sir Dionysius and let him make the decision." "Thank you very much." Ansetanos expressed his gratitude too. All right. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's continue drinking and talking. Leptinius shouted and raised his glass. Lord Leptinus is right. We should all put aside the troublesome business of politics. I originally wanted to talk to Sir Ansetanos about how to write a history book. Philistos took over the conversation and said emotionally, "Sir Ansetanos, I once thought of writing a book about Sicily's history, but I was busy with political affairs and couldn't find the time for it. That's why I'm so envious that you have the time and energy to do what you want to do. Actually, I didn't dare to write it before. It's all thanks to Sir Dever's encouragement and help." Ansetanos seemed much more enthusiastic when it came to writing history. However, although I've written part of it, I've decided to throw it away and write it again. Why is that? Philistos asked curiously. Do you know a person called Thucydides? Ansetanos asked. Everyone shook their heads. I didn't know about him at first. I only learned about him after Sir Devers introduced him to me, although he is still unknown in the Mediterranean Sea before this. I believe that in a few years his name will spread all over Greece. I even think he's greater than Herodotus, Ansetanos said with reverence. He wrote a history book? Ansetanos was a well-known scholar in Greece, after all. His praise naturally moved Philistos a little. Yes, Thucydides was from Athens. He was one of the 10 generals and participated in the Peloponnesus War. He was later banished by the citizens' assembly and lived in seclusion in Thrace. He spent more than 20 years writing the history of the Peloponnesus War. After the war ended, he returned to Athens. When Sir Devers sent someone to visit him, he was already seriously ill. He was lying in bed and couldn't even pick up a pen. Sir Devers spent a lot of money to copy the original manuscript from his nephew. He brought it back to Thurii and prepared to store it in the library that was about to be built. I read the book carefully. Although it wasn't finished, it was definitely a great historical work. Thucydides abandoned some of Herodotus's methods. He didn't write any prophecies in the book. Instead, he described every major event that happened in the Peloponnesus War in chronological order, just as he wrote at the beginning. Part of my record is based on my own experience, and part of it is based on the materials provided to me by other witnesses. I've tried my best to verify it in the strictest and most detailed way. Moreover, although he was from Athens, he didn't side with Athens. Instead, he described Athens, Sparta, and other city-states that were involved in the war in a completely neutral manner. Although he said that my historical work without anecdotes is not very interesting, Every time I think about this book, the image of the Peloponnesus War comes to my mind. I think even if decades or centuries pass, people will still be willing to read it again and again to understand the truth of the war. And we scholars who are willing to write history should also learn from him and use his historical work as a template to write a new history. This is why I want to rewrite it. After Ansetanos finished speaking, Philistos couldn't sit still anymore. He asked eagerly, "What's the name of this history book written by Thucydides? Has it been published?" "The History of the Peloponnesus War. I don't think it has been published yet, but it should be soon," Ansetanos said. Ansetanos said, "If Lord Philistos is eager to read it, I can write another copy and send it to you after I go back." "Thank you so much." Philistos thanked him profusely. "It's nothing. I'm glad to see another colleague on the path of exploring history." Ansetanos said sincerely, "Well said. I also hope to learn from Lord Ansetanos in the future and have an exchange in writing history. Come, let's drink to our friendship." Philistos then raised his glass to Ansetanos. The two drank it in one gulp. The others also raised their glasses happily, and the atmosphere became lively. Philistos put down his glass, wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, and said in high spirits, "How great it would be if the Thucydides scholar you mentioned was here." "I don't think that's possible," Ansetanos said in a deep voice. "Thucydides from Athens has passed away not long ago." Philistos' smile froze on his face, and he cried out involuntarily, "What? He's dead?" "Yes, this is the exact news from Athens. I originally wanted to find time to visit him in Athens, but—" Ansetanos looked regretful and sad. "What's there to be sad about? From what you said, this man from Athens left behind a great work, so even if he went to the nether prison, he had no regrets." Philistos opened his slightly drunk eyes and shouted, "Bring me the lyre! I want to sing a song for him!" It's rare to hear Philistos sing a song. Herolas also began to get excited. Under Philistos' signal, the slave brought the lyre. Philistos, who was a little drunk, took it carefully, played a few notes, and then praised, "Good instrument!" As he said this, he jumped lightly and sat directly on the table, completely ignoring the oil stains on his clothes. The slave next to him quickly moved the food on the table away, and he had already begun to play the lyre. Pleasant music flowed from his right hand, and his whole body was immersed in the music. Then he improvised and sang, "In the lonely sky, looking for the star that shines brighter than the sun. What joy in the world can compare to walking in the long river of history, talking to the heroes, singing to the warriors. The muse offers you a crown of olives. Then came Apollo's shining chariot. You ride in it." The crowd whispered to each other, sending their sincere condolences and blessings to the man from Athens they had never met. Chapter 371. Back at the hotel, Helipolis, who was still excited, followed Ansetanos into the room and could not help but ask, "Teacher, was the Syracuse spy Hermes sent by Dionysius, or was he sent by his opponents? Why are you confused?" Ansetanos laughed. "I was very sure that Dionysius was the mastermind, but after listening to Philistos' explanation," Helipolis scratched his head. "I can only say that Philistos' acting was too good and you were fooled. A person of Philistos' status probably has several clerks under him, so of course his handwriting is different. Besides, he had already taken precautions, and even his signature was written by someone else. Polixus has never had any dealings with him before, so it's normal for him to be kept in the dark." Ansetanos smiled contemptuously. In fact, their acting was not perfect. If you look closely, you will find that the minister named Herolas looked a little unnatural when Philistos was defending himself. Obviously, they did not completely communicate. "Oh, so that's how it is." Helipolis recalled the scene at that time, and suddenly came to a realization. Then he said angrily, "But teacher, why didn't you expose him on the spot?" "Why should I expose him?" Ansetanos smiled. Philistos and the other guests put on such a strenuous performance, which just shows that they have scruples about Dionia and do not dare to fall out with us. This is a good thing. Now, it depends on whether Dionysius is willing to sign the alliance that we proposed. The next day, Ansitanos met Dionysius in person. In a spacious but not gorgeous and even a little crude palace, the tall and handsome Dionysius. This was one of the reasons why Democritus, the hero of Syracuse's resistance against the Athens army, married his daughter to him, received Ansitanos. As the rumored cold master of Sicily, he warmly welcomed the arrival of the Dionia emissary delegation, and at the same time apologized for not being able to meet them in time, and said, "I have learned from Philistos that Dionia wants to sign an alliance with us, Syracuse. This is a very good thing. You must know that Syracuse has suffered great losses in terms of treasury, food, and population, and is in urgent need of recuperation. I am very grateful that Dionia is willing to help at this time. I will send Philistos as a representative to discuss the alliance in detail with you. I hope that Syracuse and Dionia can be friendly from now on and set a good example for other Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean." The meeting was very short. Very soon, Ansitanos left Ortygia Island with some doubts and a sense of joy. Philistos, who had returned after sending off the Dionia emissary delegation, also asked Dionysius doubtfully, "Sir, are you really going to form an alliance with Dionia?" Philly. Dionysius affectionately called his important minister by his nickname and said in a low voice, "Last night at your banquet, as a Dionia emissary, there was something that was right. Although Carthage has suffered heavy losses, they are strong in Africa and are now developing the Iberian Peninsula. I heard that they have even sent a fleet to the west, through the Pillars of Hercules, to explore unknown lands. The next time Carthage makes a comeback, its power will certainly be stronger than this time. On the other hand, Syracuse's territory is limited to this small island of Sicily, and its territory will not expand much unless it expands further." Philistos had discussed this issue with Dionysius many times and naturally knew where Dionysius's goal of expansion was. But he still reminded worriedly, "But Dionia's power is not weak, and it has basically united the other city-states and natives of southern Italy." "You're right." Dionysius nodded solemnly. "Back then, with your help, I already had the idea of conquering Greece in my mind, and that's why I married Doris, the daughter of a Locrian noble. But I never thought that in just a few years a Dionia alliance would rise in Greece." Dionysius's face showed annoyance, and he said through gritted teeth, "Perhaps that Devers is really favored by Hades, but so what? The western Mediterranean may be big, but it can only accommodate one Greek hegemon. But we've just ended the war with Carthage, and we still need to rest and reorganize. Should we take a break for now?" Philistos reminded in a low voice. "We can't." Philistos shook his head. "The Dionia alliance is indeed developing rapidly, and it grows with every passing year. I've studied Dionia carefully, and I have to say that young man called Devers is very good at dealing with the natives. We learned some of the methods we used to deal with the cycles. At their current rate of growth, the Simonians in the north of Dionia may not be able to stop their expansion, and their power will keep spreading north until they take over all of Italy. What will happen to Syracuse then? Will we become their subsidiary?" Dionysius's eyes glinted coldly, and he clenched his fist, swung it, and said in a firm and unyielding tone, "We must concentrate all our efforts to destroy them while they are still weak and unstable." "Then, do we still want to discuss the alliance with Dionia?" Philistos asked again. "Of course, why not? We can sign a treaty of non-aggression, and we can make them lower their guard. As for the alliance, humph. Syracuse never has the habit of signing an equal treaty with other Greek cities." Dionysius said coldly. He had obviously forgotten about Sparta. Philistos, of course, was not stupid enough to correct his mistake. He nodded and said, "I understand. Also, we need to speed up the negotiations with Carthage." Dionysius paced back and forth, thinking repeatedly, and finally made up his mind. We can return the land west of Selinus and Panormus to them, but they must pay a large amount of war reparations, open their grain market to us, and provide fair wheat trade. At the same time, they must sign a longer peace treaty. This is the price they have to pay for breaking the agreement and starting another war. Actually, this time it was Dionysius who started the war. That's the gist of it. Bring some people with you to negotiate and finish it as soon as possible. Philistos nodded to show that he understood. All right, that's all. Dionysius gestured for Philistos to immediately carry out these orders. Philistos hesitated for a moment and said, about Hermes, the Dionia emissary group said that they can return him to us. What do you think? Why do we need him back? How are we going to deal with him when he comes back? Dionysius's face darkened, and he said with hostility, Look at his cowardly performance at the public trial in Thurii. It disgusts me. Tell them that Syracuse respects the laws of Dionia. Since this man has committed crimes in Thurii, we support him to be punished by the laws of Dionia. Philistos sighed and walked out of the hall. He thought of Ansitanos, whom he had a good chat with because of their common interests last night, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. He looked up at the distant sea and said apologetically in his heart, Ansitanos, I'm sorry. I did all this for Syracuse. While Ansitanos was negotiating with Philistos in Thurii, the Devers received Therion in the study at home. Archon. Therion gave a solemn military salute as soon as he saw him. Seglian, our hero. I've told you many times that this is not a training ground. You don't have to be so formal. The Devers looked at the young commander of the Navy. A few years of training had made his flamboyant face more stable. He nodded secretly and gestured with a smile. Sit down. Sit down and talk. Therion sat upright, facing the Devers. Did Enanilus being sentenced this time have any impact on the sailors of the Navy? Divers didn't bother with pleasantries, but asked directly. Basically, no, Therion replied immediately. The soldiers all knew about Enanilus's crimes through the public trial. In addition, Enanilus rarely participated in training and rarely led the soldiers himself. So everyone trained as usual. There was nothing unusual. However, we have a worry. Can the three-decker or warship that will be built this year be launched on time? You don't have to worry about that. Enanilus's crime did not involve his family or the shipyard. The Senate had already sent someone to appease them, and they also gave a guarantee. According to the Senate's plan for the Navy, not only will the number of 5 three-decker or warships not change, it will only increase in the future. The Devers promised him. That's great, Therion suggested excitedly. The Senate made the right decision. Although we now have 30 three-decker or warships, to protect the east and west coasts, we need at least double the number of warships to be safe. The Devers nodded and stroked his chin with his hand. He began to think about something. Therion thought that his request had put the Archon, who appreciated him, in a difficult position and felt a little nervous. Chapter 372. Sir, are we going to start a war? He asked tentatively. War might not happen, but there's no harm in being prepared. I believe you've heard about the public trial in Victory Square. Syracuse is ambitious towards Dionia. Devers was satisfied with Syracuse's vigilance towards war as admiral. He looked at Syracuse with a solemn expression. If war breaks out, what are the chances of our entire Greek navy winning against Syracuse's navy? Syracuse's expression also became tense and solemn, but he was still able to maintain a clear mind. He said smoothly, Crotone can at most assemble 23-tiered warships due to the previous war with Rockley. Syracuse has about 10, Crana has about 8, and Trine has about 5. As for the city-states in the Dionia alliance, the Lygium Navy has the most 3-tiered warships, maybe 30. Heraclea and Metapontum can assemble 5 at most. Laos hasn't grasped the technology to manufacture 3-tiered warships yet. Castellan and Eliad don't have 3-tiered warships, only small and medium-sized warships. Oh, there's also Tarantum. I almost forgot about it. It has about 25 three-tiered warships. Tarantum. This reminded Devers that Dionia had been estranged from him for the past 2 years. However, in the face of a greater threat, Devers decided to improve their relationship. If we gather the naval forces of all the city-states in Greece, there will be about 130 three-tiered warships. Including the small and medium-sized warships, there will be about 250. According to the information we received, Syracuse currently has close to 400 three-tiered warships, and the total number of warships is probably more than 600. However, although the difference in numbers is huge, it's not that we can't fight against Syracuse. It's just that, Syracuse said with a gloomy expression, the key is that the warships of the Greek city-states are too scattered, and it's easy for the enemy to destroy them one by one. Even if they can gather together, it'll be easy for them to fight separately due to the lack of training and a unified command. Devers pondered for a moment before saying, if all the Greek warships are trained together and have a unified command, do you think the Greek coalition fleet has a chance to defeat Syracuse's navy? A fleet that has just been established and has no naval battle experience wants to defeat the powerful Syracuse navy? Syracuse was not shocked by Devers's question. On the contrary, after serious consideration, he said decisively, I think it's possible. First of all, the sailors of Dionia's navy are very high-spirited. Sir, you also know that the quota for Dionia's infantry corps has been filled. Many free people and some probationary citizens who have already registered with the Household Registration Department are unwilling to wait in the Corps' reserves, so they've become sailors. These young and strong men are eager to be like the legionnaires, to make contributions as soon as possible, to shorten their years of service, to become official citizens, and to be given a piece of land. For this reason, they're training hard and eagerly looking forward to the outbreak of war. They're more eager to fight and win than anyone else. Syracuse clenched his fists as though he was cheering himself up. He continued to speak loudly. Secondly, although the Syracuse Navy has a large number, they're not gathered together. Instead, they're anchored in Syracuse, Agrigento, Cadenai. Oh, and now there's Rona. For this reason, it'll take a lot of time for Syracuse to gather all of their warships together. We can seize the opportunity and quickly destroy one or two of their fleets. This will change the strength of both navies. Devers stared at the young man. He was smart, capable, and full of vigor. He had the courage to fight in the face of a strong enemy and was full of initiative. Based on his previous logical analysis, it could be seen that he had thought deeply about naval warfare and was not limited to the position of a fleet commander. He only trained soldiers, cruised, and so on. This was a naval talent. Devers finally made up his mind. He said in a deep voice, "You're right. The Dionia infantry has always fought against the strong with the weak. That's why the Dionia Alliance is formed today. I hope that the Navy has the same spirit of not being afraid of the strong. Don't worry, sir. The Dionia Navy will never be inferior to the infantry in the future." Syracuse immediately guaranteed. Devers looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Syracuse, although you're young, you've always performed very well in training and management of the fleet. You also have a high prestige among the sailors. Now that Enanolus has been imprisoned because he broke the law, the entire Dionian Navy has no commander. We can't let this situation continue." When Devers said this, Syracuse's heart beat violently. "Therefore, I've decided to propose to the Senate to let you take over as the commander of the Navy. I believe this appointment will be made tomorrow." When great happiness came crashing down on him, as Syracuse hoped, he was so excited that he did not know what to say. He could only express his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You must understand that this appointment is not an honor, but a heavy responsibility. If there is a day when war breaks out between Dionia and Syracuse, Dionia's long coastline will be attacked by Syracuse's powerful navy. The fleet you lead will have to think of ways to protect the alliance's land from being invaded by the enemy. The citizens' property will not be damaged. Therefore, your responsibility is great. Devers said solemnly. Under the Devers' gaze, Syracuse's expression gradually became resolute. I understand, sir. He gave another military salute with great vigor. The next day, the Senate voted to appoint Syracuse as the commander of the Navy. At the same time, 2 bills were passed. The first was to incorporate the warships of Dionia's allied city-states into the Ionian Navy. One would train while the other would patrol. The second was to increase the number of triple-oared warships from the original 5 per year to 10 per year. In the Dionysian Theatre in Athens, the famous playwright Aristophanes' new play, The Dionia Man, was being performed. The play was about a foreign citizen of Dionia who participated in the Olympia. In the play, Aristophanes portrayed the image of an alien citizen of Dionysia who was ignorant of the traditional Greek culture and foolish and ridiculous. Ever since the play was released, it was highly praised by the citizens of Athens. Every theater in Athens was always full. For example, in the middle of the theater, when the referee announced the athletes to enter the arena, the strangely dressed foreign citizen refused to be naked. When the referee asked him why, his answer was, "There are many snakes and insects in the mountains. I have to wear clothes. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, I'll be bitten off. Ha ha ha." The audience burst into laughter. I like this part. It's so funny. One of the audience held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The next part is even funnier. I've watched it several times. Another audience member said, excitedly, a whistle was heard on the field. The actor who was playing the role of a Dionysian citizen was trying his best to run, but the referee stopped the race and asked him why he ran into the circle of the track. The actor answered innocently, "Our tribe always takes shortcuts when hunting. That's the only way we can catch our prey." After the referee told him the rules of the race, he complained, "How stupid these rules are! No wonder I didn't see you wearing animal skins and feathers. It's impossible for you to catch the prey." The audience laughed from the beginning to the end. In the end, the foreign citizen won the race. The temple priest put a laurel crown on his head. However, he threw the laurel crown on the ground and said angrily, "Our archon lied to me. These branches are not worth anything at all." He said that the champion would be rewarded. So he turned to the priest and asked for the golden scepter in his hand. The greed of the foreign citizen and the anger of the priest became the ending scene of the play. The audience stood up and applauded in one direction. An old man with a white beard stood up and waved to the audience to express his gratitude. He was the respected playwright of Athens, Aristophanes. Despite his old age, he still sat in the field when a new work was performed. He observed the audience's reaction and thought about where his work could be improved. The Dionia Man was written after he heard about the farce that took place at the Isthmian Games a few years ago, Lazarus' havoc at the Games. Most people in Athens only saw it as a funny comedy. Only a few understood the deeper meaning of the play. More and more city-states such as Dionia, Syracuse in Sicily, Neapolis in Campania, Thessaly in northern Greece, and Macedonia began to accept foreign citizens into Greek society. This began to impact Greece's own traditional culture. This was what Aristophanes, who had always been committed to defending the traditional values of Greece, was worried about. He used the ridiculous foreign citizen in the play to warn the people of Athens and even the entire Greek world to be vigilant. However, he was not sure how effective it would be. With the help of his slaves, he walked out of the theater and walked down the mountain road. The crowded crowd voluntarily made way for the respectful old man. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in front of him. What happened? The audience patted each other on the shoulder and asked curiously, Chapter 373. Help me sit down. Aristophanes sat on the side of the mountain path, looking at the cheering crowd. He was equally excited. Although he knew that Conon of Athens was now a naval general hired by Persia, and led the Persia fleet. This victory had greatly reduced the threat that Athens faced from the sea. Although the citizens' assembly had agreed to join the Thebes and declare war on Sparta, the shadow of the Peloponnesos's defeat 10 years ago and the ferocity of the Sparta army were like nightmares in the hearts of every citizen of Athens. Especially now, although the war was in a stalemate at the Isthmus, the allies still had more losses than victories. Recently, there was news that another Sparta army from Asia Minor led by Aegialeus, the king of Sparta, had landed from northern Greece and was heading towards the Boeotia region. How could the citizens of Athens not be nervous and afraid? The victory of this naval battle was like a timely rain, relieving the burden on their hearts. They cheered loudly to vent the fear that had been suppressed for a long time. Aristophanes was pleased to see that the city of Athens had become a little livelier. Then he showed a surprised expression. At the corner of the street, there was a man in tattered clothes sitting on a dusty step, leaning against the rough stone wall, looking attentively at something. This quiet scene was a stark contrast to the joy around him, and the man's back was familiar to Aristophanes. He walked over and called out uncertainly, "Antisthene!" The man turned around and looked at Aristophanes. He had no intention of standing up. "Aristophanes, if you are here to ask me about Plato's whereabouts, don't disturb my reading." Aristophanes knew that although Antisthene and Plato were both students of Socrates, the two had different ideologies. He said with a hint of mockery, "I just want to tell you that the fleet led by Conon defeated the Spartan navy. Now the whole city is celebrating this victory." "So what?" Antisthene said disapprovingly, "Victory will only encourage the people to blindly throw themselves into the war. Athens has only been peaceful for a short time, and this will be a long war." He then shook his head and glanced at Aristophanes. "You just came back from the theater, right? The new play you wrote, Dionia, seems to be very popular among the people." Aristophanes was not satisfied with Antisthene's negative attitude towards the news of their victory. "Oh, Antisthene, who has always rejected theatrical entertainment, actually knows about my new play. I'm so honored. That's because people have been talking about it every day for the past few days. I say, you're being too nosy. It's up to Dionia to send their citizens to participate in the games. What's the point of writing a play to satirize them?" Aristophanes was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to retort, Antisthene tilted his head and picked his ear with his finger. "Did you know that after the news of Dionia's public trial of traitors and the public exposure of Syracuse's ambitions, Ceresibulus and the other generals in the executive committee were discussing whether to send messengers to Dionia to discuss an alliance with them so that Dionia can contain Sparta's ally, Syracuse? It's better if you don't put on a show to avoid provoking Dionia and causing the alliance to fail. Ceresibulus and the others can do whatever they want, but they have no right to interfere with the legitimate freedom of a citizen of Athens." Aristophanes shouted angrily, "That's what I wanted to say too." Antisthene pointed at the cheering crowd. "What does their victory have to do with me?" Aristophanes was so angry that he simply turned around and left. Once again, he confirmed his own understanding. The reason why he could be good friends with Plato but always estranged from Antisthene was because of his sense of responsibility. Antisthene, on the other hand, did not care about Aristophanes' departure. He gently brushed away the dust that had fallen from his book and focused on reading again. Aegialeus led his army through Thrace and Macedonia and arrived in central Greece. In Amphipolis, he heard the news of Sparta's victory at Corinth. But this did not cheer him up because the Sparta army was still blocked at the Isthmus and could not advance an inch. He was worried about the war, so he hastened his march. But when he reached Colonia, he encountered a solar eclipse. The soldiers panicked and thought that it was a bad omen. Then Aegialeus received news that the Spartan navy had been defeated at Knidos. He was shocked and secretly glad that he had chosen to rush to Boeotia by land instead of by sea. Otherwise, he might still be blocked in Asia Minor. He immediately blocked the news to prevent the morale of his army from wavering. At the same time, he felt that he had to start a war soon and use victory to wash away this bad news. So he led his army again and finally entered the Boeotia region. He encountered the anti-Sparta coalition army stationed at Corso, guarding the passage to the Thebes. A war was inevitable. Before the war, he summoned the famous leader of the 10,000 Persia expedition, Xenophon. This 35-year-old man from Athens had fought with Sparta for 5 years in Asia Minor and was already a veteran general. Standing in front of Agesilaus, he was like a tall cedar tree, exuding an imposing aura. Aegeus looked at him with admiration and said, "Xenophon, my friend, the enemies of Sparta are in formation in front of us. We can only advance to the city of Thebes if we defeat them. But in the enemy's army, there are reinforcements from Athens. Among them may be your family, your friends, your classmates. Fighting with them face to face will undoubtedly be an extremely painful thing for you. Sigh, although I am a little reluctant, but—" Agesilaus showed an unusually regretful expression and said emotionally, I allow you to lead your army and leave. You can even join the other party. I am very grateful for your selfless help to Sparta over the years. Even if you and I will become enemies in the upcoming war, I will still see you as my close friend." Xenophon was furious after hearing this. "King of Sparta, you are questioning my integrity. Before leading the mercenaries to follow you out of Asia Minor, I have already said that ever since the Athens assembly executed my teacher Socrates and judged me guilty in absentia, I have already regarded Athens as my enemy. Moreover, I agree with Sparta's political philosophy and am willing to fight for it. I have also sworn to Zeus. Now that you insist on me leaving here, I will leave." With that, he turned around and walked out of the tent without any reluctance. "Xenophon, please forgive my rudeness just now." Agesilaus hurriedly pulled him back and apologized profusely. "I originally did not want you to fight with your compatriots to prevent you from feeling uneasy. However, I now realize that you have a great belief that far exceeds the feelings of an ordinary motherland. For this, I want to apologize to you." With that, he bowed sincerely to Xenophon. Xenophon hurriedly stopped him. The anger in his heart had mostly dissipated. "I have decided to appoint you as the commander of the middle army in tomorrow's battle." Agesilaus decisively made a decision. Xenophon was a little surprised, but he did not decline and accepted the order gladly. This was because he knew that there had been some rumors about him circulating in the army recently. He secretly swore that in this battle he would use practical actions to shut up those who doubted him. Xenophon left the tent. Agesilaus' adjutant, who was also his son, Archidamus, came in. After learning of his father's decision, he could not help but be surprised. "Father, you really want a person from Athens to be the commander of our middle army? What's wrong with a person from Athens?" Agesilaus raised his eyebrows and said loudly at a volume that even the guards outside the tent could hear, "Xenophon is a true friend of mine. I have always been trustworthy towards my friends. What's more, Xenophon is a very talented person. He deserves my trust." At this point, Agesilaus suddenly thought of something. He sighed and said to his son in a deep voice, "You have to understand that Sparta has already missed the Devers that Calithorpes strongly recommended. And the city-states alliance of Dionia, which the young man established in just a few years, has already become a big problem for Dionysius. We cannot push Xenophon to the enemy anymore." The next day, both sides lined up in Corozzo. Aegeus led the main force of Sparta and lined up on the left. The side facing the allied forces was their old enemy, the Gausians. Xenophon led the remnants of the 10,000 expeditionary army and other Asia Minor mercenaries in the middle, facing his mother state, Athens. On the right flank of the middle was Sparta's ally, the Phocis. The most important city in the region where the Phocis were located was Delphi, facing the instigators of the war, the Thebes. At the moment, at the front of the Thebes formation, the 26-year-old Peropides and Epaminonda were in the formation as heavy infantry. Why hasn't the bugle sounded yet? I can't wait, Peropides said eagerly. Epaminonda did not speak. He looked ahead with a gloomy expression. Epaminonda, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that we can't beat the Phocis? Peropides noticed his good friend's strange expression and asked, I'm not worried about the Phocis. They've never been our match. What I'm worried about is the Agatians. I'm worried if they can block Sparta's left-handed attack, Epaminondas said worriedly. Chapter 374. At the end of the Battle of Caruso, Agesilaus defeated the Agatians, while the Thebes defeated the Phocis. Xenophon led the mercenaries to attack the Athens army. When the situation was unfavorable for the anti-Sparta coalition, the coalition forces chose to retreat. Agesilaus' troops suffered too many casualties and were unable to give chase. The coalition forces successfully returned to the camp and continued to defend Caruso. Although Agesilaus won, he could not pass through Caruso. As the enemy's reinforcements continued to arrive, the anti-Sparta coalition forces continued to grow. Agesilaus realized that he could not stay here any longer, so he could only give up on his plan to attack the Thebes territory. He was forced to lead his army to retreat west and finally reach Delphi. He crossed the Corinth Bay and met up with the Sparta army that was still fighting in Corinth. Sicarion, who was already the commander of the Dionian navy, came to the Devers' residence again. His attitude toward the Devers was as respectful as before. The Devers called him over this time not only to congratulate him on his promotion, but also to discuss something more important. Sicarion, I have been thinking about the strategy you told me about against the Syracuse Navy for the past 2 days. I feel that although there is a chance of victory, the risk is too great. I have an idea that may greatly increase the chances of the Dionian Navy winning. Sir, what is it? Sicarion asked hurriedly. He was not pretending. If someone else said this, he would definitely think that it was wishful thinking. However, this came from the miracle maker, Devers, that the soldiers praised. How could he not take it seriously? Look at this. The Devers handed a parchment scroll to Sicarion. Sicarion quickly unfolded it and saw that there was a drawing of a 3-tiered or warship. However, this warship was a little special. Beside the mast at the bow of the ship, there was an additional wooden plank that was about the same length as the mast. There were low railings on both sides, and below the top of the plank was a sharp angle that pointed downward. On the side, there was also a drawing of the device that looked like a small wooden bridge. It was about 12 meters long and 2 meters wide. The sharp corner at the top was a thick iron nail. There was also a hole drilled at the top of the wooden plank, which was connected to the mast with a cable. The Devers noticed the doubtful expression on Sicarion's face, so he asked, Sicarion, tell me honestly, how much of a gap is there between our sailors' piloting skills and Syracuse's? Sicarion hesitated for a moment before saying, The Syracuse Navy has fought against Carthage's people many times. They're more experienced in actual combat than us, and their skills in controlling ships are naturally better than ours. However, we are training hard, and our brothers' fighting spirit is very high. But our sailors are still newbies who have never been on the battlefield, including yourself. The Devers pointed out bluntly. Sicarion blushed and tried to argue. The Devers waved his hand and gestured for him to stop talking for the time being. The Navy is different from the infantry. If a battle on land fails, as long as the city has enough citizens, it can form another army at any time. When a naval battle breaks out, more than a dozen or dozens of ships will sink to the bottom of the sea, and thousands of sailors will be sacrificed or captured. Once it fails, it will be very difficult to recover in a short period of time. A 3-oared warship needs at least more than half a year to build, not to mention the huge amount of resources and money needed to build it. During this time, the Syracuse warships can ravage any coast or port of Dionia at will, leaving our land desolate and our trade stagnant. Therefore, the Dionia alliance, which is weaker than the Syracuse Navy, did not give your fleet any time to gain experience. Our navy cannot be defeated even once. The Dever's words put great pressure on Sakarian. He clenched his fists and pressed them against his thighs, shouting in his heart, "How is this possible?" Even strong navies, such as the Athens Navy and Syracuse Navy, have suffered crushing defeats. At this moment his eyes swept across the drawing on the table, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the secret of our navy's victory is here? Sakarian, since our fleet is inferior to Syracuse in both experience and technology, why do we have to compete with Syracuse in the traditional battle tactics? On the contrary, you see, we have the best legions of the Greek city-states. Whether it is individual fighting skills or teamwork, they are the strongest heavy infantry in all of Greece. Why don't we move the land battle to the sea battle so that we can play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses and take the initiative in the battle? The Devers' words of fighting the sea battle as the land battle were like a bolt of lightning passing through Sakarian's brain. He picked up the drawing on the table. This wooden bridge, the Dever smiled and continued. I have asked Murdacories about this wooden bridge. He can design pulleys on the warships that can easily pull up the wooden bridge. At the same time, he can create a circular track around the base of the mast. Similarly, using the pulleys, the wooden bridge can be pushed around the mast. When the enemy ships approach the warship from the front or from the sides, we can find the right time to lower the wooden bridge. The iron nails at the top of the bridge can then use the falling force to pierce into the enemy's deck, making it impossible for the enemy ships to escape. At this time, the heavy infantry on the ship can use the wooden bridge to step onto the enemy ships and engage in close combat with the enemy. While listening to the Dever's explanation, Sakarian, who had been rapidly deducing this novel naval battle in his mind, could not help but tremble with excitement. Sir, this is a genius idea, changing the sea battle into a land battle, making full use of the advantages of our army. Not only can we attack the enemy, we can also capture the enemy and their ships, rapidly strengthening our naval forces. If it were a traditional commander of the Navy, it would probably be difficult for him to accept such a creative idea. However, Sakarian was young and had just been appointed as a commander of the Navy. All he could think about was how to defeat the enemy, so he was quick to accept the new battle method. This saved the Devers a lot of trouble. The Dever smiled and asked, "Do you think this plan can be carried out?" Absolutely. Sakarian's eyes were fixed on the drawing. However, when the fleet is sailing, this wooden bridge will affect the speed of the ship. It may also increase the risk of capsizing in a storm. I think that if we can, remove it normally, lay it on the deck, and install it before the battle. Also, during the battle, this wooden bridge will also affect the flexibility of the warships maneuvering. Oh, I forgot. This is not a problem. With the wooden bridge on the ship, our battle method will no longer be based on ramming, but mainly on boarding battles. How many infantry should we put on the warship? Sakarian lay on the wooden table and stared at the drawing, muttering to himself as he racked his brains. The Devers looked at him, feeling gratified and amused at the same time. Hence he patted him and said, "Go back and slowly think about how to use this new warship equipment. I suggest that you look for an engineer to install the wooden bridge on one of the warships. If you encounter any problems, you can look for Dean Madicris from the mathematics faculty and ask him to design a solution. However, you have to be respectful to him. After the installation is done, lead the sailors to practice the new battle tactics. If you need the cooperation of the heavy infantry, you can look for military officer Felicius. He will arrange it for you. Until you have completely understood this new battle tactic and are proficient in using it, with my approval, you can promote it to the entire fleet. You have to pay special attention to this. You must keep it a secret. Remember, before we engage the enemy in battle, we must not let the enemy know of our new battle tactic." Understood. Sakarian nodded heavily and carefully kept the drawing. He could not wait to leave and go home. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Sir, this wooden bridge equipment, have you named it? Crow. Its name is Crow. An enigmatic smile appeared on the face of the Devers. On this day in the Bay of Taranto, among the thousands of ships that sailed into and out of the port of Turris, there was a seemingly ordinary passenger ship. On the ship, a 50-year-old man gazed at the land that appeared in the distance and was filled with endless emotions. Turris, I'm finally back! A middle-aged man walked to his side and apologized in a hoarse voice. Teacher Lysias, this time, in order to complete the important task given by the council, I had no choice but to drag you to Turris. I've always felt guilty, Lysias said emotionally. Socrates, you don't have to apologize. I have said many times that I am here of my own free will, and that I have asked to go to Tali. I love Athens, and I'm willing to do something for it. Turris is the place where I grew up. My respected teacher, Dixias, once lay in eternal rest here. I should have long come to pay my respects to him. Lysias, translated as Lysias in most parts of the country, in order to distinguish him from General Lysias of Crotone. The name Lysias is used in this article. Socrates did not really worship Lysias as a teacher, but he had devoted himself to studying the court speeches written by Lysias, so it was not an exaggeration to call him teacher. At this time he also gazed into the distance and sighed regretfully. Yes, Turris is the Panhellenic city-state that General Pericles advocated and established. It cost Athens a lot of material and money. How many Athens people spent their blood, sweat, and tears to establish it. Now it has become a city of an alliance. You should know that Turris is also a subsidiary of Athens. We should have condemned Dionia's behavior and defended Turris's interests. But now we've come to ask for help from the alliance of Dionia that has violated our interests. Alas, Athens, we've lost too much in the war of Peloponnesus. Chapter 375. Lysias gazed at a fleet of more than a dozen warships cruising in front of him. Behind the fleet, two huge white breakwaters could be vaguely seen, like a pair of arms stretching out from both sides of the coast, as though they were trying to hold back the Crati river flowing into the sea. The current Thurii is completely different from the Thurii, he murmured. The passenger ships of Athens finally docked at the port. Based on the information he received about the Danube alliance, Esocrates speculated that the port of Thurii was not located near the famous trade routes of the eastern and western Mediterranean Sea, and it did not have a good natural port, so the sea trade should not be too good. But the scene he saw overturned his thoughts. Although it was not as prosperous as the port of Piraeus, it was beyond his imagination, especially the huge wooden hangars erected on each pier that attracted his attention. Under the operation of a few laborers, they could easily hoist the large cargo that previously required more than a dozen strong men to lift in the air and then transfer it to the pier. Esocrates, who came from the prosperous sea trade of Athens, immediately realized that if this device could be applied to the port of Piraeus, the port's unloading capacity for merchant ships would be greatly improved. So he moved closer to take a closer look at the detailed structure of the device, but he was rudely warned by the operator of the hangar. Do not approach, or the patrol will detain you. Esocrates returned resentfully. At this time, a few strong men came in front of Lysias, and the leader said with a fawning smile, "Hi, how do you do? I'm Spirion, the port's porter. This is my serial number. Do you have anything you need us to carry?" As he spoke, he showed a small round iron plate pinned to his chest to Lysias. Lysias, who had not been back to Thurii for decades, was really curious and moved closer to take a closer look. The black iron plate had the pattern of a scale on it, and below it was a string of strange symbols. "What's the use of this thing?" He pointed at the metal piece and asked curiously. Spirion said proudly, "This can prove that I am officially registered with the Port Management Office as a porter. If there are any accidents, such as loss of goods during the transportation, you can go to the Port Management Office to complain about me. You just have to report this number. After the Management Office verifies the situation, they will punish me and compensate you for your losses. So you can rest assured. These are numbers. Lysias pointed at the row of strange symbols in surprise. Of course, not Greek numerals. Spirion was happy to show off his superiority in front of the old man who looked like a scholar. This is a number invented by our archondevers. It is easy to remember and easy to use. Party members use it everywhere. The number engraved on it is 2410, remember? Lysias nodded, but his heart was in turmoil. It was not because of the strange number. He was not a mathematician, so he was not too sensitive to it. What surprised him was the management of the port in Turiae. Just the porter, the most common and lowly labor in the port, could be so meticulously managed. The management ability of the people of Dionia was obvious. Even Athens did not have such measures to regulate the labor market in the Piraeus port. And from this number, the sophisticated Lysias could feel that the bustle of the port in Turiae might be even greater than what he saw. It was not a fluke that Dionia could rise in such a short period of time. Lysias was alert in his heart, and then calmly reminded them, "I hire you to transport the goods, but there are a lot of pottery in the goods. Please be careful." "Don't worry. I can't remember how many times I have transported goods like pots and such," Spirion guaranteed while negotiating with the entourage of the envoy from Athens. At this time, Esocrates also hurried back. Spirion and a few people carried the goods in a cart with wooden wheels and led the envoy from Athens out of the crowded dock to the port avenue. Esocrates was surprised that the avenue was wider and smoother than the avenue from the Piraeus port to Athens. Looking at the gutters, sidewalks, and other facilities on both sides of the avenue, it showed that the people of Dionia were strict and meticulous in the construction of the road. This made Esocrates a little depressed, because this seemed to be something that the people of Athens could not compare. Their thoughts were more focused on participating in politics, courts, and other city-state affairs. Esocrates could not help but squat down, stretched out his hand, and touched the grayish-white material that tightly pieced the stones together. He knocked it, and it was still very hard. "Esocrates, are you going to change your profession to be an architect?" Lysias understood the reason why he did this, and could not help but make a joke. "This is your first time coming to Dionia, right?" Spirion was not surprised to see his behavior, but said proudly, "In the territory of Dionia, avenues like this can be seen everywhere, but this avenue is wider, because there are more and more merchant ships coming to Turin every year. This road has been rebuilt many times, and even the surrounding warehouses and bungalows have been torn down. Now it seems a little narrow." "This is still considered narrow." Lysias was a little speechless. Because most of the traffic on this avenue was carriages, pedestrians walked on both sides of the road, so Spirion had to remind them, "You guys step back to the side of the road and wait for a moment, I will bring the carriage over. But I have to make it clear in advance, the price I negotiated with you before is only for the delivery of goods. The city of Turin is more than 10 miles away from the port. If you choose to walk there, we will deliver the goods first and wait for you at the city gate. If you choose to go with us and take my carriage, then you will have to pay a little more." Spirion was smart, but Lysias was not stupid. Although he was a scholar, he had been writing defense statements for people in Athens for a living. His life was relatively poor, and he was familiar with things like daily necessities. "Are there no carriages here for people to travel?" "Of course there are, and there are many." Spirion said, truthfully, "Once you leave the port, there are carriages specially for passengers. It is more comfortable to sit in than my cart, but the price is more expensive. And I will give you a ride, and I will only charge a small fee for your hard work." For the rich people of Athens, money was not a problem, but Esocrates was obviously a little tired and afraid of trouble, but he still reminded them, "There are 5 of us. Can your carriage fit?" You can rest assured. Spirion did not lie, and soon he brought 2 carriages over. When Spirion and the others carefully moved the goods onto the carriages, Lysias could not help but ask, "Is this the carriage you rented?" "No, it is my carriage." Spirion emphasized the word I and said, proudly, as a preparatory citizen, I can apply for a loan from the Kristoya Bank. Now the loan and interest of one carriage have been paid off, and the other one is about to be paid off. Soon, the two carriages started moving. Spirion accompanied Isocrates and Lysias in the first carriage. This kind of caravan did not have a cloth cover, so it had a panoramic view of the port road and its surroundings, which was exactly what Isocrates wanted. He noticed that although there were many carriages and carts on the road, they followed a kind of rule, so it was not chaotic. Even when there was a problem that caused a traffic jam, there would be patrols quickly coming to clear it. On the other hand, Lysias' attention was more on the carts and carts, because they were all pulled by horses. In Lysias' memory, Turin was not a city rich in horses, and he was surprised to see such a large number of horses at the port, so he asked, "What is the price of horses here?" 30 drachmas for a mare, 22 drachmas for a stallion. How can it be so cheap? Lysias was shocked. Originally, the price of horses in Turin was more than double the current price, but ever since the Bruttii merged into Dionia, the Bruttii people have provided a large number of pack horses to the Turin market, so the price of horses has naturally fallen. As Spirion spoke, he patted the butt of the pack horse, and the horse let out a gentle neigh. He said proudly, "Bruttii horses are good horses, strong, good endurance, and good temperament. Now, even the Lygian people have begun to buy horses from us, so the price will probably rise again in the future." As Spirion spoke, the carriage had already reached the exit of the port, waiting for the checkpoint sentries to check before they could pass. Originally, when Esocrates' ship entered the mouth of the Crati River, as long as he directly showed his identity as the envoy of Athens to the patrol ship, they did not need to enter the port at all. Instead, they would be led by the patrol ship to the port of Turin, and directly into the Senate of Dionia. However, Esocrates had other considerations, and did not do this. At this moment, he looked up at the towering city wall that stood in front of the carriage, firmly surrounding the huge port, and could not help but sigh. In the past, when Athens was strong, they also used the same city wall to protect the port of Piraeus, which brought endless wealth to Athens, all the way to Athens. Unfortunately, after the defeat of the Peloponnesus War, the Sparta people forced the people of Athens to dismantle the city wall. So this time Athens and the Thebes joined forces to fight against Sparta. The people were always uneasy, afraid that the Sparta people would rush through the isthmus, and then the completely unguarded port of Piraeus would be a piece of fat meat in the mouth of a hungry wolf. The citizens' assembly had proposed to rebuild the city wall several times, but this was a huge project, and in the current situation where the people of Athens were fully engaged in the war, there was no doubt that there were many difficulties, and in the end, it was shelved due to endless disputes. Chapter 376. After the carriage passed through the checkpoint, it drove directly north, passing through the east side of the port market. The shops on both sides and the crowded crowd did not attract the attention of Esocrates and Lysias. After understanding the bustle of the port of Turin, they also had a preliminary estimate of the market situation. But no matter how prosperous it was, how could it compare to the famous Agora market in Athens, which was famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea? It was the direction of the carriage that attracted Lysias' attention. "Hey, Turin is in the west. You are going north." "Don't worry," Spirion explained, "because if the carriage goes directly west, not only will it pass through the more crowded and longer market, but there is also the Temple of Hera and the Turin Arena not far from it. With the growing popularity of rugby and football, the arena in Turin is no longer enough." The year before last, the citizens of Turin collectively raised funds to build another arena outside the city. Because the arena in the city is the venue for the finals of the teams of Dionia, it is named the Grand Arena of Dionia, while the one outside the city is called the Turin Arena. It is now May, the most intense time of rugby, because the new Turin champion is about to be selected to participate in the finals. Many people go to watch every day. The roads will not only become crowded, but there may also be trouble. We would rather take the long way to the city of Turin. It will be much faster than going directly west. I see. Lysias nodded. He had long heard about the popularity of a unique ball game in Dionia. However, he had experienced many ups and downs in his life, and he had been busy making a living. In addition, he was already old, so he was not too interested in this supposedly violent sport. But Esocrates' eyes lit up and said, "Can you tell us about this rugby game in Dionia?" Lysias looked at Esocrates in surprise, feeling that this was not in line with Esocrates' hobby, so there must be a deeper meaning. His words tickled Spirian's itch. He immediately talked about the origin and rules of rugby to the establishment of the Dionia Rugby Championship. Isocrates listened to Spirian's account of the history of rugby in Dionia as he watched the wagons turn into a new thoroughfare, the Via Tua, and then turn westward, which, except for the narrowness of the surface, had little difference in facilities from the Via Porto. In the short time since the passenger ship docked at the dock of Turiae and walked out of the port, he had discovered a characteristic of the people of Dionia. At worst, it is stuffy and stuffy. At best, it is orderly. The port was the most chaotic place in a city-state. The port of Tullidge was considered to be relatively prosperous. Surprisingly, there were very few noises, fights, and brawls. There were also very few scenes of loud talking and noise. This was impossible for the Athenians because they were always passionate, unrestrained, and proud. They liked to debate and boast about the history of the city. And listening to the porter, he realized that the people of Dionia liked this kind of wild and rough sport, which made him realize that there may be some kind of tyranny hidden in the seemingly introverted character of the people of Dionia. "This is our first time in Turiae. Is there any interesting place here that is worth visiting?" He suddenly interrupted. Lysias looked at him again. "Worth visiting?" Spirian was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "My two guests, you should not say that you are here for sightseeing in Turiae, but to enjoy the entertainment. There are too many things for you to play here. First of all, you must go to Christoia's restaurant. It has the best food in all of Greece, and even the whole Mediterranean. Secondly, there is a big hot spring by the river Tyro in the west of the city. Take a good bath, so that you Greeks who don't like to bathe can feel the benefits of bathing. And, as I said just now, go to the Turiae Stadium to watch football and football games, but it is hard to say whether you can still buy tickets in this season. Also, you can go to the Turiae Hospital to find out the hidden diseases in your body. You should know that the medical skills of the Turiae doctors are very high because they are taught by the god of the underworld. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. You must go to the Temple of Hades in the city to pray. That is the only residence of the king of the underworld Hades in the whole of Greece, and it is very magical. Every time I go there to worship and talk with the priest, I feel very relaxed when I come back, as if I have soaked in a hot spring bath." Isocrates and Lysias listened to Spirian's endless introduction of Turiae, and from time to time they exchanged glances. At this time, the truck had arrived near the north gate of Turiae, and in front of it stood a tall arch made of white marble. Lysias recalled some information about New Turiae that he had heard, and said, uncertainly, "Triumphal Arch." "Yes, the Triumphal Arch. The second Triumphal Arch." Spirian said excitedly, "This is the Triumphal Arch that was built the year before last. The victorious army will use this as the starting point to enter the city of Turiae and receive the cheers and inspection of the citizens of Dionia. That is the greatest glory in the life of every citizen who participated in the war. I participated once, and that was after the conquest of Brudi. As a temporary light infantry, the 2,000 freedmen, we also sent some outstanding people to follow the army into the city. Oh, all the people of Dionia cheered for us. Beautiful girls kept throwing flowers to us, and our respected governor made a stirring speech. I will never forget that scene for the rest of my life. And it was after this triumphant parade that I got to know my beautiful wife." Spirian looked intoxicated. After a while he sighed. "It's a pity that it's been too quiet these few years. There's no war, and of course there's no triumph, Sai. Listening to what you said, you actually hope for a war." The sharp Isocrates immediately asked, Of course, if there's no war, we can't participate in it. If we can't participate in the war, I can't shorten my inspection period and become an official citizen of Dionia as soon as possible, so I can't get a fertile land, Spirion blurted out without hesitation. And then he saw the strange expression of the two people and immediately explained, "But we Dionia people rarely take the initiative to invade others. It's always others who take the initiative to invade us that will lead to our counterattack." Obviously, Isocrates did not believe this porter's words. But a war will lead to death, and among them, there may be your friends or relatives. Lysias said in a warning tone, "Of course I know. The priests of Hades once warned us, nothing good is ever easy to obtain. We are not afraid of death, because this is the land blessed by Hades. If I die bravely in battle, my wife and children will receive generous compensation and care from the Alliance, and my soul will also return to the hall of Valhalla of Hades to protect our Alliance." Spirion's face had some calmness, some determination, and even a trace of longing, but there was no fear. This gave a great shock to Isocrates and Lysias. "Triumphal arch, I'm coming." Spirion drove to the front of the triumphal arch and shouted excitedly, as if he was returning victorious. Isocrates frowned and looked up at the many reliefs on the arch, as well as the statue of the legion's flag on top, and Spirion's voice sounded in his ears. "That sculpture is the scene of Sir Devers leading the legion to help Tarentum defeat the Mapu alliance. That is the scene of Legio III defeating the Lucanian rebels and recapturing Picassus. According to the propaganda of the Senate, the people believed that Picassus was once a Greek city, so it was recaptured, not attacked. There is also the scene of Sir Devers leading the army to conquer the Brudi War, which I participated in. There is also a funny story about this relief. According to others, the Brudi senators in the Senate had objected to the original Brudi War being made into reliefs, thinking that it was not conducive to unity. But the Lucanian senators retorted, "We Lucanians have already been carved 3 times, and they didn't say anything. Why are you Brudi people so anxious?" Haha! Just like that, the matter of the Brudi people's protest was left unsettled. Listening to Spirion's laughter and looking at the triumphal arch, Isocrates could not laugh at all. "Lysias, since you received your brother's letter and rushed to Athens, we haven't seen each other for nearly 20 years, right?" Kunigarata looked at Lysias, who was so old that he was almost unrecognizable, and said with emotion, "Yes, that year my father passed away, I rushed back to Athens to attend the funeral, and my brother's business was in trouble, so I had to stay to help him. Then, Athens suffered a series of crushing defeats in the war against Sparta, and 30 tyrants came to power. My brother was persecuted, and his property was taken away. Too many things have happened in these years, so much so that when my teacher passed away, I couldn't rush back to attend his funeral." Lysias' seemingly calm face could not conceal the regret and confusion contained in his low voice, as well as some tiredness. "We all know about what happened to you. At that time, Turiai was also in trouble, so he couldn't help you. It's just that my teacher kept muttering your name before he died, because you were his proudest disciple." As Kunigarata spoke, he saw tears glistening in Lysias' eyes, so he changed the topic and jokingly said, "Did you make a fortune in Athens recently, giving away 4 or 5 of these precious black, painted amphorae from Athens?" Chapter 377. Then Lysias said seriously, "This time Athens sent Esocrates as an envoy to Dionia. He knew that I had stayed here for many years, so he invited me to accompany him to Turiai." "You mean Athens sent you as an envoy to Dionia?" Kunigarata was surprised. Obviously, he did not receive any news beforehand, and thought that Lysias had come from Athens to visit his old classmate. "You know, my father is not a citizen of Athens, so even though I have lived in Athens for many years, I can't become a citizen of Athens, so it's impossible for me to become an envoy. I can only assist Esocrates." Lysias did not understand the reason for Kunigarata's surprise, and deliberately explained it, obviously a little resentful. "If that's the case, you should take these vases back. I can't accept them." Cunigurata immediately refused. Why? Lysias was very surprised. Previously, the public trial of the traitors in Thurii caused a big commotion. I believe you have heard about it. Seeing Lysias nod, Cunigurata said firmly, I don't want to become the second Polixus. But Athens just wants to express its goodwill to the Dionia alliance, and at the same time conclude an alliance treaty. Lysias said anxiously, now that Athens is at war with Sparta, who is this alliance treaty against? As a political veteran, Cunigurata immediately guessed the motive of Athens. Sparta? No. Dionia does not have the strength to face the wrath of the Greek overlord. Sparta's staunch ally Syracuse? Unfortunately, we have just signed a friendship treaty with Syracuse. Cunigurata's words left Lysias at a loss. He was different from Isocrates. Although he lived in Athens, he was not a citizen of Athens and had been excluded from political life all year round. He did not have much political experience, even when it came to defending in court, because he was not a citizen of Athens. He could not go on the court to defend others. He could only go through careful preparation and planning before writing a speech for others. After being like this for so many years, he lacked a bit of quick-wittedness. Thus, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Cunigurata sighed. Take these Athens pottery back first. Since the envoy from Athens had come from afar, the Dionia alliance certainly had to meet him. I will make a proposal to the Senate tomorrow. Let the emissary from Athens get ready. That's good, that's good. Lysias heaved a sigh of relief. Lysias, Cunigurata stared at her and suddenly asked, You used to be a citizen of Turin. Have you ever thought of returning to Turin and becoming a citizen of Dionia? Lysias was stunned. In Athens you are a foreigner. Even if you have great talent, there is no bigger stage for you to display it. And when you return to Turin, Cunigurata said, then changed the topic. Do you know Ansitanos? Cunigurata's words made Lysias a little uneasy. He murmured, Yes, I know. He is a student of Herodotus. We often met when we were young. Our consul Devers once proposed the establishment of a Dionia Academy in Turin. All the outstanding scholars of the alliance are gathered in the academy. Whether it is mathematics, medicine, literature, or rhetoric, they will enjoy the special salary given by the alliance. They can continue to do their own research with peace of mind while teaching their academics and theories to outstanding students. Their reputation will spread throughout Greece and even the Mediterranean. Cunigurata saw that Lysias was listening carefully, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the academy, there is a branch dedicated to teaching students literature. Ansitanos is not only a senator of the Senate, but also the dean of the Faculty of Literature. While teaching rhetoric, he also writes his history book. For this reason, he has recruited more than a dozen students and imparted knowledge. The Senate also specially allocated funds for him to hire some people to search for information throughout Greece for him to write his book. But I think although Ansitanos is unparalleled in historical research, literary rhetoric is not his strong point, which is exactly what you are good at. I heard that in Athens, many people took your litigation speeches and copied them as models. If you can stay in Dionia, our Lord Divers, who loves talents as much as his own life, will definitely request the Senate to grant you special permission to become a citizen of Dionia. You will also be the supervisor of the Faculty of Arts, teaching students and writing books. Your name will be as famous as that of Ansitanos in Great Greece. With Cunigurata's understanding of the Devers, he dared to make such a promise. And these words were like a stone that smashed into Lysias' heart, splashing countless ripples and splashing countless waves. Divers skimmed through the information that Ansitanos had given him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. There's also a great altar of Hercules in the city of Rome. Are you sure? Yes, my lord. This great altar is near the livestock market in Rome. At first, we got it from the Capua merchants who traded with Picassus and sent someone to confirm it. My lord, you should know that Hercules once stole the cattle of Geryon and traveled a long distance to bring them back to King Orestius. Therefore, many races in the Western Mediterranean who live on livestock worship Hercules as the patron god of livestock. Ansitanos did not think that it was a great thing for Rome to worship Hercules. On the contrary, he could not stop talking about the topic of Hercules. In fact, the study of Hercules' activities in the Western Mediterranean was a special task given to Ansitanos by the Devers. After conquering the Bruttii, the Devers discovered a strange phenomenon. There were many altars and statues of Hercules in the Bruttii area, and the Bruttii even claimed to be the descendants of Hercules because their ancestor, Brutus, was the son of the hero Hercules and their queen, Valentia. This statement surprised the Devers. An alien race claimed to be the descendants of a famous Greek god. This made the Dionia alliance find a common ground to assimilate the Bruttii, because they were all of the same race. However, at the same time, this also made the Devers pay attention to Hercules, the god of strength in Greek mythology. What they learned from Ansitanos and others made them realize that Hercules was very famous in the Western Mediterranean. Legend has it that half of the 12 great feats he completed happened in the Western Mediterranean. This alien among the Greek gods spent most of his time wandering in the Western Mediterranean. He went to Sicily, traveled north through Italy, crossed Gaul, and came to the Iberian Peninsula. Before stealing the golden apples from the garden of Hesperides, the 11th great feats, he used his divine power to split the Atlas Mountains into two, thus connecting the Atlantic Ocean and the Western Mediterranean Sea. This was the origin of the Pillars of Hercules in the Greek people. The furthest Hercules went was the mysterious island of Erythrea in the Atlantic Ocean, the westernmost point of the world. He killed Geryon and stole the herd of cattle. Then, he drove the herd of cattle through Western Europe and finally returned to Greece. In the story of his adventures, because his heroic deeds were widely spread, he gained the love and recognition of many people of different races. In many places in the Western Mediterranean, there were legends that he had many children with the noble women of the local races, and the Bruttii were just one of them. The Devers picked up the research material again and read it carefully. Ansitanos was not in a hurry at all. He leaned back in his chair leisurely, closed his eyes, and began to think about the history book he was going to write. After a long time, the Devers closed the book and put the material on the wooden table. He rubbed his tired eyes and asked, "Lord Ansitanos, as a historian, what do you see after you erase the dust of the myths and legends that you have collected?" Ansitanos opened his eyes. The Devers' question was quite interesting, but wasn't this what a historian was good at? He thought for a while and said, "What I see is the strong attraction of the elegant culture of Greece to the mountain races that are still in the stage of ignorance. They all want to have a relationship with Greece to show that their origins are not barbaric. Yes, this is what we want to see. It seems that we need to build a magnificent temple of Hercules in Tellii and hold a celebration for him every year to increase the recognition of Dionia among the aliens." Divers nodded slightly and said, "Looks like we need to build a magnificent temple of Hercules in Tellii and hold a celebration for him every year to increase the recognition of Dionia among the aliens." "Lord, your decision is very wise," Ansitanos complimented. But the Devers picked up the material on the table and changed the topic. "Lord Ansitanos, you have only seen the surface meaning of this material. You have yet to discover the deeper meaning." "There is a deeper meaning?" Ansitanos looked at the Devers suspiciously. He had read the material many times before handing it to the Devers. "Look at this." The Devers turned to a page and read aloud. "When Hercules was driving his cattle back to Greece, a lost bull swam across the Strait of Messina and came to a place called Elux in Sicily, where it was kept by a local ruler. When Hercules found out, he killed the ruler, took back the bull, and agreed to return the land to the oppressed indigenous people. He made a promise that once his descendants appeared in Sicily, the indigenous people would have to return the land to them." Chapter 378. The rest of the information is interesting. Devers revealed a sarcastic smile. A few decades ago, Dorius of the Sparta royal family, remember him? He was the elder brother of the famous king of Sparta, Cleomenius. After losing the fight for the throne with his younger brother, Cleomenius expelled him from Sparta on the grounds that he was sent to colonize the western Mediterranean Sea, and his people came to Sicily with the excuse that he was a direct descendant of Hercules. He asked the Alux people to return their land. The Alux people refused, so he led his troops to drive away the indigenous people and built a colonial city near Alux. But at that time, Alux had begun to become the religious center of the Carthage people in Sicily. Of course, the Carthage people would not let the foreigners occupy their core area, so they led their army to counterattack. Dorius and most of his people died in the battle. This is from Herodotus' history, so it should be true. Ansitanos was quite familiar with these historical events that happened in the western Mediterranean Sea. Look at this one. It's still the unlucky prince of Sparta, Dorius. It should be that before he went to Sicily, he tried to build a colonial city on the coast of Libya, west of Cyrenaica, in the Carthage's sphere of influence. The reason was that Hercules had killed the giant Antaeus in Africa, but he was expelled by the Carthage people. There are more similar cases in this information. Lord Ansitanos, as a historian, if you put aside your identity as a Greek and stand in a neutral position to analyze this information, you may be able to find the problem. Devers reminded him softly, "Put aside my identity as a Greek and stand in a neutral position." Ansitanos muttered softly, as if he had understood something. He took the information and began to read again. Gradually his eyes lit up. "I understand. I understand. The activities of Hercules in the western Mediterranean Sea have provided us Greeks with a reasonable proof of colonization in the western Mediterranean Sea." Devers smiled. It should be said that in ancient times Hercules was the first hero among us Greeks to explore the western Mediterranean Sea. Putting together all the stories about him and looking at his itinerary in the western Mediterranean, many of the routes were repetitive, unreasonable, and unnecessary. Some of the stories were real, of course. Divers could not deny the existence of Hercules, because that would mean denying his identity as a god's chosen one, and some might have been fabricated by the later generations of Greeks to provide moral support for them to occupy other people's land and build a colonial city. Divers pointed to the book and said, "So the former Komi people even did not hesitate to bring the skin of the giant boar that Hercules killed from the Peloponnese to Italy and solemnly stored it in the temple of Apollo in Komi to justify the Komi people's occupation of this land." There are actually several versions of the battle between Hercules and the giants, one of which happened in Great Greece, and this Hercules god has left many legends in the land controlled by the Carthaginians. I can only say that the Greeks who were eager to find a new home in the western Mediterranean were very bold. They even dared to target the Carthaginians. Divers pointed to the book and said, "So the former Komi people even did not hesitate to bring the skin of the giant boar that Hercules killed from the Peloponnese to Italy and solemnly stored it in the temple of Apollo in Komi to justify the Komi people's occupation of this land." There are actually several versions of the battle between Hercules and the giants, one of which happened in Great Greece, and this Hercules god left many legends in the land controlled by the Carthaginians. I can only say that the Greeks who were eager to find a new home in the western Mediterranean were very bold. They even dared to target the Carthaginians. At this moment, Ansitaros was immersed in joy. "My lord, thank you for your reminder. I finally understand what Thucydides said. Stand in a neutral position and write the true history with an impartial attitude, that wonderful feeling. You should be able to do better than him. Once you get rid of the barriers between countries and races, you will stand in a higher position to look at history. I believe you will write a great work." Devers's encouragement made Ansitaros a little embarrassed. "My lord, I feel that there is still a gap between me and Thucydides." Devers did not continue to discuss this issue with him. Instead, they talked about another issue. Before you came, Cunigarata came. He told me that the emissary from Athens came and visited him. The emissary from Athens came to Thurii? Ansitaros was a little surprised. Then he thought of something and asked, "Are they looking for allies for the anti-Sparta alliance?" "I think so," Devers said. Kunigrada also mentioned that there is a person in the emissary from Athens that you are familiar with. "Who?" Ansitaros's heart skipped a beat. "Lysias." Devers looked at him and said slowly, "Kunigrada told me that he is a very talented person. However, because he is not a citizen of Athens, he is not living a good life in Athens. He hopes that I can try my best to keep him. What do you think?" "Keep him. Of course, keep him," Ansitaros said excitedly. "When I was young, I often met him. I know that he is extremely talented in prose, rhetoric, and speeches. His articles are natural and not boring. Although they are simple, they are not lacking in interest. It is very easy to resonate with the people. I still have 3 articles he wrote when he was young at home. I often take them out to study the writing techniques and rhetoric in them. If he can stay, I suggest that he be the dean of the Faculty of Arts. That is the most suitable place for him to display his talents." Upon hearing this, Devers praised Ansitaros in his heart. He did not have the slightest bit of jealousy or slander towards Lysias' talent. Instead, he praised Lysias unreservedly, and even took the initiative to give way to Lysias. This kind of modesty of a true scholar made Devers feel deep respect. At the same time, he also felt ashamed of his obscure probing just now. He coughed lightly and said, "I will leave the task of keeping Lysias to stay to you. I can promise here that as long as he is willing to stay, I will immediately propose to the Senate to ask for the identity of a citizen of Dionia, a share of land, and become the dean of the Faculty of Arts of the Academy of Dionia. I will do my best to keep him here." Ansitaros also made a promise without hesitation. If the Dionia alliance wants to become the center of the Western Mediterranean Sea, it is not enough to only have a strong military force. It also needs a glorious culture. Only then can the races that have just broken away from ignorance admire us, and the other city-states worship us. Devers set the tone for the retention this time. "Sir, you are right. Only a city-state with a glorious civilization can survive through the years without being forgotten." Ansitaros, who was familiar with the history, praised sincerely. In addition, the messenger from Athens this time is called Esocrates. Are you familiar with him? Devers asked again. Esocrates. He is a student of Protagoras, the sage of Athens. Ansitaros exclaimed, "Of course I know him. He is a rhetorical genius that is not inferior to Lysias. Not only is he very accomplished in rhetoric and oratory, but he is also very experienced in teaching students. Many young people from the city-states come to Athens to worship him as a teacher." What's going on today? 2 scholars of Greek literature and language have come to Thurii at the same time. Ansitaros looked excited. "Is it possible to give him dash?" Daves asked hastily. "That's impossible." Ansitaros shook his head and said, "Esocrates is a citizen of Athens. It is said that he often preaches that the Greeks, especially the people of Athens, are superior to other races in his speeches to the young people. So it is almost impossible for him to stay in our alliance where all races are integrated." Devers sighed regretfully. Although he did not have a detailed understanding of Greek history in his previous life, he was familiar with the names of the 2 ancient Athens orators, Lysias and Esocrates. After all, he studied at the University of Political Science and Law. When he talked about ancient times in the course of Western legal history, he could not avoid the names of these 2 people. "It's fine if I can get one of them," he thought expectantly. The next day, Esocrates, who had learned the general attitude of the Senate of Dionia from Lysias, came to the Senate of Dionia with great enthusiasm and made meticulous preparations. It was a magnificent hall that could accommodate thousands of people. However, there were less than 100 senators sitting leisurely here, so it seemed very empty. If Esocrates had not seriously understood the Dionia alliance, He would probably have laughed at the waste and blind vanity of the people of Dionia when he saw the scene. But after staying in the city of Turi for more than a day, watching ball games, tasting Turi delicacies, worshipping the shrine of Hades, visiting the Dionia Academy with Lysias under the guidance of Ansataros, and even disguised as an ordinary citizen, sneaking into the tavern and chatting with the people of Dionia, he had some understanding of the Dionia alliance and the composition of the Senate. So when he saw the number of senators in the hall was so small, he did not feel funny. Instead, he felt a chill in his heart because he seemed to understand the ambition of Dionia. He quickly suppressed this annoying thought in his heart so that he could focus all his energy on the next speech. At this moment, he felt someone staring at him. It was a penetrating gaze. He followed the gaze and saw a young man sitting in the front row, directly facing the center. The young man turned his head to look at him and gave him a gentle smile. Chapter 379. Esocrates could not help but look at him a few more times. The rotating chairman, Scombres, knocked on the table with a mallet, and today's meeting officially began. Scombres then announced loudly, "There is only one topic for today. The envoy from Athens has come to Thurii. Let us hear their request." Some of the senators who had not received the news in advance immediately became excited when they heard this. The great city-state known throughout the Mediterranean, Athens, has actually sent an envoy to our Dionia Union. Esocrates walked to the front stage under the curious gazes of the crowd. He stood calmly in front of the crowd, then gracefully and steadily bowed to the crowd. After straightening his body and puffing out his chest, he began his speech. "Respected senators of Dionia, I am Esocrates, the envoy from Athens. This is the first time I have set foot on the land of Thurii, but I feel very close to it. 50 years ago, the great general of Athens, Pericles, reached out to the displaced Sybaris and promised to rebuild a new city for them. This city would carry on the ideal that General Pericles had been pursuing all his life, that all Greeks could live together peacefully and amicably, regardless of region or race. Greeks can actually be subdivided into many races, and Greek is just a broad term and concept. For this, he not only mobilized Athens, but also the whole of Greece. The whole of Greece began to move for the establishment of a beautiful pan-Greek city-state. Of course, the people of Athens contributed the most. Not only did we use the gold and silver from the treasury of Athens to purchase materials such as stone and food for the new city, General Pericles also invited the great Greek architect Hippodamos to preside over the construction and planning of the new city. He also sent 2 outstanding generals of Athens, Lucian and Xenocritus, to manage the new city. He also invited my teacher, the wise Protagoras, to formulate laws for Thurii. The historian Herodotus and the rhetorician Tisias settled here to plant the seeds of Greek culture and wisdom for the immigrants with the help of such a powerful force. Tuli became the brightest jewel in Greece as soon as it was built. However, the people of Athens returned to the eastern Mediterranean without asking for anything in return, leaving the newborn baby of Thurii to grow up independently. Esocrates had aspired to be a public speaker since he was a child. However, when he grew up, his voice was hoarse. In Athens, where public speaking was prevalent and demanding, this was almost a fatal flaw. Therefore, he rarely used his speaking talent on large formal occasions and could only helplessly turn to teaching rhetoric and oratory. Today was a rare occasion for him to speak in public, so he was very emotional. The Dionians did not pay much attention to speeches. Instead, they felt that his emotions were infused into his hoarse voice, which had a unique appeal. In particular, the senators like Lucania and Brudi did not know much about this part of history, so they listened with great interest. Cunigrata, Bacchus, and Devers, who knew the inside story, knew very well that Athens was not as noble as Esocrates said. Out of gratitude to Athens and the majority of immigrants from Athens, Thurii's political situation had been dominated by the descendants of Athens for the first few decades. However, it was true that Athens did not forcefully turn Thurii into a member of the Delian League or a subsidiary state of Athens. nor did they make any overly forceful demands on Turiai. This was also a fact. Today, when I set foot on this land that the people of Athens once poured their heart and soul into, I was surprised to find that General Pericles' original dream had been realized. It should be said that today's Turiai has exceeded his expectations. Here, not only do immigrants from various Greek city-states live together peacefully, but even other races get along well with the Greeks. When Esicrates said this, he felt a little uncomfortable, but his voice was full of emotion. The magical city-state alliance of Dionia has shown a beautiful prospect of peace for the Mediterranean Sea world, which is plagued by ethnic conflicts and wars. For this, I would like to pay my highest respect to all of you who have led the people, worked hard, and achieved this grand goal. As he said this, he bent down and bowed slowly and respectfully. Cornelis, Scambres, Bacchos, Vespa, Hemont, Begalipi, Sidorum, and other senators were moved by his sincere words. Even the shrewd senators like Cunigarata and Marigi were moved. Although Devers knew from Ansitanos that Esicrates was a supremacist of Athens, these words were not his original intention, but to gain the favor of the senators in order to achieve a certain goal. But out of politeness, he still led the senators to stand up and applaud enthusiastically as a response. Esicrates did not show a trace of complacency on his face. He calmly waited for the applause to weaken, and then said, "Because of the unique friendship between Athens and Turiai, both sides will lend a helping hand and do their best to help each other in times of difficulty." Shortly after the founding of Turiai, it was Athens who helped Turiai resolve the threat of Crotone and signed a peace agreement with Crotone on behalf of Turiai. It was also with the help of Athens that Turiai defeated Tarentum on the Ceres plain and reached a reconciliation with Tarentum. When the war between Athens and Sparta broke out, they sent an army to conquer Syracuse. When they passed through the Greek city-states, only Turiai offered sincere help and sent troops to help. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. A few years ago, Athens and Turiai both suffered a catastrophe. During the War of Peloponnesus, the Attica region of Athens was completely turned into ruins and had not been fully restored to this day. The city of Athens was occupied by Sparta and supported a group of tyrants who hated democracy and advocated dictatorship. These tyrants ignored the law, wantonly harmed citizens, and robbed property. The freedom-loving people of Athens fled and suffered the pain of being uprooted from their homes. On the other hand, Turiai also suffered the tyranny of power. The Crotone plotted and caused Turiai to fall. The city of Turiai, which was built with the sweat and blood of the people of Athens and Turiai, was completely burned down and countless people died in the fire. When this shocking news reached Athens, the whole city fell silent. Many people who had good memories and feelings for Turiai shed tears, including my deputy Lysias. Esicrates was full of emotion and sorrow. Many of the elders were touched and became solemn. Fortunately, the people of Athens and Dionia stood up bravely after the huge blow. We wiped away our tears, buried our loved ones, and rebuilt our homes with our hands. The past is gone, but it cannot be forgotten. Today, the Greek world is still not peaceful. Power runs amok and bullies the weak. Sparta is in the east and Syracuse is in the west. They are all coveting their fellow Greeks with greed and ferocity, just like hungry wolves drooling over fat sheep. The weak sheep must unite to deter the powerful wolves and avoid a repeat of annihilation. This is the main reason why I'm here. We, Athens, stretch out our hand from the east and want to hold the hand of our former brother, Tali, from the west. We want to connect Greece and Greater Greece as a bridge. Not only do we strengthen trade and cultural exchanges, we want to bring more benefits to the lives of the people of both sides. We also want to reach an alliance and cooperate with each other in military affairs, so that we can tightly protect the precious freedom and rights that were once taken away from us, and now we especially cherish them. When Esicrates finished his speech, the hall fell silent. The Devers could not help but admire the Athens orator for making the alliance sound so euphemistic and provocative. He even ignored the fact that Turiai had once expelled the descendants of Athens, not to mention the fact that Athens had formed the Delian alliance and suppressed many of its allies who opposed it. He put Athens and Thurii in the position of victims, trying to resonate with the elders. However, Esocrates forgot one thing. This was Dionia. The place where he gave his speech was not the citizens' assembly. Any decisions and affairs in Dionia were not decided by the citizens' assembly, but by the elders of the Senate, led by the Devers. These elders were either veterans who had been in politics for many years, capable people who could handle complicated affairs, or leaders who had been in charge of the lives of thousands of people. They were the elites of the Dionia alliance. Of course, they would not make decisions based on impulse like ordinary citizens. Perhaps they could be moved for a while, but when it came to making decisions related to the future of the alliance, they would definitely consider the problem from the perspective of interests. When Esocrates was invited out of the hall, several former Brudi leaders, such as Peteru, Bergam, and others stood up to express their support, to form an alliance with Athens to fight against Sparta and Syracuse together. In fact, this was not their original intention. Previously, when Polixus and the others were sentenced and denounced as traitors by the whole of Dionia, the voices of the people were completely discredited. Although Peteru and the other elders who had supported their request to hold the citizens' assembly were safe and sound because they were not involved in these matters, they still felt uneasy and wanted to use this opportunity to express their innocence and determination. The other elders were basically against forming an alliance with Athens to fight against Sparta and Syracuse. Although they had already felt the ambition of Dionysius during the trial of Polixus, the difference in strength between Dionia and Syracuse made them unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the Greek overlord of the Western Mediterranean. Moreover, Syracuse had already signed a friendly agreement with Dionia. Chapter 380. Esocrates was anxiously waiting for the final decision of the Senate of Dionia in a spacious lounge in the council hall. Soon, the guards came in and asked him to go to the venue. When he walked into the venue, he found the Devers of Dionia standing in the middle of the hall. The Devers smiled at him and gestured for him to sit down. Then the Devers smiled and said to him, "Honorable envoy of Athens, I am glad that you have brought the friendship of the great Mediterranean city-state of Athens to the union of Dionia. You have made us, who live in a remote corner of the Greek world, stop lamenting ourselves. In the new play by the Athens playwright Aristophanes, the people of Dionia are treated as barbarians for the entertainment of the people of Athens." As soon as these words came out, Esocrates cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Sure enough, he heard someone shouting angrily behind him, "What right does the people of Athens have to humiliate us Lacanians?" They are not only humiliating the Lacanians, they are humiliating all the citizens of Dionia. Another person shouted angrily, "If the people of Athens all have such an attitude towards us, then we don't welcome the people of Athens here." One angry voice after another smashed at Esocrates, who was sitting in front of him, making him feel as if there was a volcano that was about to erupt behind him. His expression changed a little. Seeing his embarrassment, the Devers continued, "Esocrates, you said that the friendship between Athens and Dionia is deep, but this can't just be said verbally. We need to see actual actions. Now, according to our understanding of the actual situation in Athens, we can't see the friendship between the people of Athens and Dionia. All we see is the people of Athens mercilessly ridiculing and sarcastic remarks about some of the characteristics of a new city-state alliance that is different from other Greek city-states. It can even become a topic of conversation in restaurants in Athens for several months. This is not the behavior of a city-state that once claimed to be the best school in all of Greece and had a long history and tradition. This was not the behavior of a city-state that claimed to have deep feelings for Dionia and wanted to form an alliance with it. Therefore, the citizens of Dionia would never trust their backs to a city-state that discriminated against them in the face of a strong enemy. Therefore, I think it is still too early to talk about forming a military alliance. Damned Aristophanes! Damned Aristophanes! No matter how many times Esocrates cursed in his heart, he could not change the fact that the alliance had failed. He was so depressed that he wanted to stand up and make one last effort. The Devers in front of him waved at him, motioning him not to interrupt, and then said, "Although the current tourists are no longer the tourists of the past, and the Dionia alliance has no connection with Athens, the Dionia are not an ungrateful race. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. We will return the enmity of others tenfold, and repay the kindness of others tenfold. The Archon is right. Tarentum had formed an alliance with us when we were in trouble, so we sent a large army to save their city-state. The tourists had given your mercenaries a foothold in the beginning, so in the face of the Crotone army, we did not give in. Instead, we used a great victory to avenge the death of the tourists. Dionia regards commitment as life and cherishes friendship. Therefore, friendship cannot be easily granted." The old man, Scombras, shook his white beard, held his head high, and squinted at Esocrates, putting on an arrogant expression that said, "The friendship of Dionia is extremely precious, and you have benefited from it." The Devers smiled and continued, "Since the center of the Dionia alliance is in Turis, we have naturally inherited some of the feelings of the former Turis people. We are willing to be friendly with Athens, strengthen exchanges, and eliminate misunderstandings between each other." When Esocrates heard this, he understood the meaning of the Devers and the other senators of the Senate. In addition to the military alliance, Dionia was willing to be friendly with Athens. Strengthening trade and cultural exchanges seemed to be not much different from the core meaning of his previous speech. But Esocrates understood that the difference was obvious. If Esocrates initially talked about cooperation as a big brother of Athens, now the Dionia people trampled on the elegance and nobility in his bones. Instead, they told him that the friendship of Dionia was extremely precious, and they could give some to Athens. But it depended on the performance of Athens to be able to sit in the position of consul and single-handedly create today's Dionia. This young man was not simple. Esocrates looked at the Devers in front of him and felt the pressure. While Esocrates was giving a speech in the Senate of Dionia, Ansitanos took Lysias to the north side of the Victory Square. There was a newly built building here that looked like a temple. Under the steps were 9 bronze statues of the Muses, lined up in a row. "Is this the temple of Apollo?" Lysias looked at Ansitanos doubtfully. Ansitanos still had a mysterious smile on his face, but he did not speak. With growing curiosity, Lysias walked up the steps and finally found a few large letters, "Library," on the lintel of the entrance of the temple. Lysias could roughly guess the function of this building, but such a large building was only used to store books? Were there so many books? He looked at Ansitanos doubtfully again, hoping that he could explain. "This is the library that our consul Devers took the lead in building with donations." Ansitanos proudly pointed at the few words and said, "He once said, 'Books are the jewels of human wisdom.' Whether it's Persia, Egypt, Carthage, or even earlier Sumer, Hittite, Assyria, the history and civilization they created ultimately converged on words and books. They are the commonwealth of us humans, the ladder for us to get rid of ignorance and move towards a more brilliant civilization. So we must do everything we can to collect them, protect them. If these treasures are destroyed by war and disasters, it will be the most painful loss for us humans. But not only do we want to collect books, but we also want to share and read these books with more people, so that the people of Dionia can use knowledge to improve themselves, use knowledge to create wealth, use knowledge to create a more brilliant culture. This is the purpose of building a library." After listening, Lysias was fascinated and murmured, "A person who can speak such a great language must be a great person." Ansitanos smiled to himself. "Quick, bring me in to take a look." Lysias couldn't wait to go in, but was stopped by the guard at the door. "This is my friend. He came with me and wants to go in to take a look." Ansitanos hurriedly went forward to explain. "Yes, Sir Ansitanos." The guard bowed respectfully. "A place where knowledge is stored actually has martial arts," Lysias said angrily as he walked in. Books are precious and fragile. A fire can destroy them all. Of course, someone needs to protect them to prevent accidents, Ansetanos explained. Lysias expressed his understanding. After calming down, he said, "It seems that not anyone can enter this place. Only citizens and prospective citizens of Dionia can enter. In this way, the freedmen of Dionia will have another motivation to become citizens." After staying here for nearly 2 days, Lysias understood the disparity between the rights enjoyed by citizens, prospective citizens, and freedmen of Dionia. However, this disparity wasn't insurmountable, unlike in Athens. No matter how hard the people of Athens worked, they couldn't bridge the gap between the people of Athens and the foreigners. There are probably 40 to 50,000 citizens of Dionia in Thurii. If they all enter this library, can it accommodate them? Lysias asked doubtfully. "We've already considered your concerns. First of all, the quality of the citizens of Dionia hasn't reached the level where everyone can read. Secondly, they can't be here at the same time. Even if there are too many citizens who want to enter the library has a limit on the number of people who can enter it. However, it seems that this situation will only happen many years later. By that time, Dionia might already have second, third, or fourth library." Ansetanos' words were brimming with confidence in his alliance. Lysias fell silent, but soon he was attracted by the scene in front of him. Rows of tall wooden cabinets were placed neatly in the library, cutting the huge space into a walkway that could only allow 3 to 4 people to pass side by side. Every wooden cabinet was open, divided into small rectangular spaces by wooden planks. Inside the cabinets were scrolls of books or information made of papyrus or parchment. In front of these bookcases, there was an area with many wooden tables. There were only a few people sitting there quietly reading. Lysias, who was a book addict, stared blankly and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are actually so many books!" Actually, there aren't many. Most of the bookcases at the back are empty. After all, the library has only been built for less than 20 days. Ansetanos said with some emotion, "Sir Devers once called on the citizens of Dionia to take out their own books and let the library make a copy of them and store them here. They also wanted to engrave the names of the citizens who contributed the books. At that time, there were so many citizens who responded to the call that the library scribes were too busy." Looking in the direction of Ansetanos' finger, Lysias saw a few stone tablets erected on the left side of the library entrance. He had been focused on the front previously and had actually neglected them. The stone tablets were densely engraved with names. Chapter 381. Yes, this is the original manuscript of Herodotus' history, as well as the diary and information he recorded during his travels. When Tali was burned down, his family didn't take anything with them. They only took these precious documents and escaped from the fire. Now they have donated all of them to the library. Ansetanos exclaimed excitedly, Can I have a look?" Lysias had never begged anyone when he was in Athens, even though his family was poor. But now he looked at Ansetanos eagerly. Ansetanos shook his head. "I'm sorry, Lysias. The original manuscript of Herodotus' history and materials are the most precious treasures of Dionia. Precious materials like this are stored upstairs and guarded by special people." Ansetanos pointed to the second floor of the library. Only the senators of the Senate and scholars of the Dionia Academy are allowed to access the precious and confidential materials due to their duties and research needs. They are not allowed to take the books out. If you join Dionia, you will become the dean of the Faculty of Arts according to Lord Devers's promise. Then it will be easy for you to access any books and materials in the library. Lysias stood there, his expression changing. Although he had only stayed in Dionia for about 2 days, he was greatly shocked. This short-lived city-state alliance was not only full of vitality and rapid development, but also attached great importance to knowledge and culture. It had formulated many systems and built many facilities to highlight its importance and ensure its development and inheritance. For example, the Dionia Academy, the Pantheon, and the newly built library. Even Athens, with its splendid culture, did not have such systems and facilities, nor did Dionia put so much respect for knowledge and scholars. This was a paradise for scholars. Lysias thought about it and finally made up his mind. After I return to Athens, I will discuss with my family and decide when to come to Turin. That's great. Ansitanos was overjoyed. He stepped forward and put his hand on Lysias' shoulder. Lord Devers will be very happy to know that Dionia has another famous scholar in Greece. Believe me, you will only be better off in Dionia than in Athens. Sure. The librarian poked his head out from behind the registration desk and made a shushing gesture. Ansitanos nodded apologetically. At this moment, Lysias said with a complicated expression, Ansitanos, as far as I know, you're the dean of the Faculty of Arts. Studying history is what I'm interested in. The only reason I reluctantly agreed to the administrator's request to be in charge of the Faculty of Liberal Arts was because there really wasn't anyone qualified at the time. This had already wasted too much time that I should have spent on writing books. Now that there's someone who's better than me and has more literary attainments than me, I'm more than happy. Ansitanos blurted out a bunch of words without hesitation. Thank you, my friend. Lysias smiled and bowed to Ansitanos. He had finally made a decision. His heart suddenly became abnormally relaxed. He looked at the countless rows of bookcases in front of him that extended to the depths of the hall. The air was filled with the strange fragrance of wood and paper. He took a deep breath and was a little intoxicated. He would spend the rest of his life here. Ansitanos, if it's convenient, please take me to meet the favored you speak of, the undefeated General Devers. I want to see how great a person is who founded the Dionia Academy and built the library. His eyes were full of curiosity and yearning. When the ship of the Carthage messengers sailed into the circular military port of Carthage that was famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea, and when the messengers came out of the port, the people of Carthage swarmed up and surrounded them to learn about the negotiations. When the people of Carthage learned that the peace agreement had been signed, and that Carthage only needed to pay a certain amount of food and gold, they could continue to own several cities including Lillibere, Eryx, and a small part of the west of Sicily. Many people cheered, and some shed tears. The Sicilian War lasted for several years. Not only did Carthage spend a lot of money, but thousands of people also died in this long and cruel war. This was especially so during the first battle with Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. The army led by Sophie Simmer won a great victory at the beginning, and even attacked the city of Syracuse. However, due to the outbreak of the plague, their strength was greatly reduced, and in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. Only a dozen or so ships were left struggling to sail back to the port. At that time, the people of Carthage who heard of this tragic situation gathered at the port to inquire about the news of their loved ones. When they learned that 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers, not including mercenaries, had either died in Sicily or were captured, the cries and screams of the bereaved rang through the entire coastline. That was the darkest day of Carthage, and the whole city fell into grief. The people wore black veils, closed their doors, refused visitors, stopped commercial activities, and closed the temples correspondingly in the political circles of Carthage. The aristocrats of the aristocrats came from Carthage's mother state, the tier royal family of the Phoenician city, the Maganid family, which had monopolized the political circles of Carthage for nearly 200 years, and their ruling position was finally threatened. 70 years ago, after the defeat of the Carthage army organized by the patriarch of the Maganid family, Hamilcar, and the tyrant of Syracuse, Dillon, in the Battle of Himera, the name of the Maganid family was once again associated with the failure of the overseas expedition. This time, the situation was even more serious. The army of Carthage was almost completely annihilated, and Simmer did not die on the battlefield like his ancestors. Instead, he abandoned his comrades and soldiers and fled back alone. According to the laws of Carthage, such an act of desertion should have been punished by crucifixion. Since the Maganid family had a king-like status in the city of Carthage, The patriarch of the Maganid family was temporarily exempted from the criminal law. But the storm was not over. The elites of Carthage, who had long been dissatisfied with the Maganid family, used the grief and anger of the citizens to promote the reform of the system. Simmer, the loser who had humiliated his family, realized that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Maganid family, so he wore cheap and shabby linen robes every day and wandered around the main temple of Carthage's Melicat, complaining to God of his blasphemy, praying to God to punish him, hoping to redeem something in this way. But in the end, the pressure of the situation and the ridicule and humiliation of the citizens finally caused him to have a mental breakdown. Half a year later, he locked himself in his home and committed suicide. This public act of atonement was still not enough to guarantee the power of the Maganid family. Not long after, a new political organization of Carthage was established, the 104-member court. This was an organization formed by members of the noble class. Its responsibility was to supervise the actions of the officials and military officers of Carthage. At the same time, it also had the responsibility of the High Court. However, no one from the Maganid family was elected to this organization. In order to revive the power of the Maganid family in Carthage and win back the prestige of the people, the new patriarch of the Maganid family, Mago, who was the younger brother of Simmer, used the family's still great influence in the Senate. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, attacked the son of Carthage, Bonsilius, he once again pushed for Carthage's Third Sicilian War against Syracuse. However, things were different now. The greatly weakened Carthage army fought against the increasingly powerful Syracuse army, but they lost more than they won. Mago still persisted, but the people of Carthage were tired of the war. In a situation where there was no chance of victory, they were even more afraid of another fiasco. So, the citizens of Carthage called for a ceasefire. In the end, an agreement was reached, but Mago still had to bear the responsibility of the defeat. When the envoy of Carthage, who was in charge of negotiations with Syracuse, returned, the whole city was cheering for the arrival of peace. Only one family was lonely, even sad. In a huge mansion not far from the citadel of Carthage, the people of the Maganid family were holding a memorial service because today was the day of Hamilcar's death. However, the constant noise of music and the cheers of the people outside the mansion had obviously seriously destroyed the mournful atmosphere. Drubal knew that it was the people of Carthage worshipping and celebrating the Greek goddess of harvest, Demeter, and her daughter, Persephone. The citizens of Carthage were actually worshipping the Greek gods. That's right. In Sicily, because the Greek city-states and the Phoenician colonies had a deep relationship with Carthage, they lived together for hundreds of years and had a deep influence on each other. The two goddesses, Demeter and Persephone, were not only welcomed by the Greeks in Sicily, but also gradually accepted by the Phoenicians. The Sicilians even believed that Hades, the king of Hades, was the abducted Persephone in Sicily. This cultural influence seeped into Carthage. There were temples for the two goddesses in Carthage, but the reckless actions of Simmer's army made them even more prominent among the gods of Carthage. This was because when Simmer led his army to attack Syracuse, his soldiers looted the temples of the two goddesses on the southern slope of Epipolae. Not long after that, a plague broke out in the Carthage barracks, leading to the final defeat. Therefore, the people of Carthage thought that this was the punishment of the goddesses for blaspheming the gods of Carthage. After all, Persephone was the queen of the underworld. Chapter 382. To the Maganid family, this was an invisible humiliation to them. If the family was still in power, no one would have dared to yell outside the mansion. These snobbish people of Carthage, they were the ones who caused the family's current predicament. Hasdrubal could no longer hold back his anger. He turned to the slaves outside the hall and yelled, "All of you, take your sticks and get rid of those people who are yelling." Hasdrubal, Mago shouted in a low voice. The irascible Hasdrubal reluctantly shut his mouth. Mago glanced at the few immediate family members behind him and sighed. In the past, the family might have looked glorious, But for the sake of Carthage's interests, they had fought Syracuse for many years, and many of their family members had died on the battlefield. His cousin, Hannibal, had caught a cold and died after returning to the city to avenge the humiliation of his ancestors' defeat at Himera. Another brother had died during the plague in Himilco, and his own son had been shot by a stray arrow during the war with Syracuse just now. But the Maganid family had sacrificed so much, and in exchange, Carthage's political enemies had ruthlessly suppressed them. In the election of the Senate a few days ago, the power of the Maganid family had been greatly reduced. As the new patriarch of the Maganid family, Mago, for the first time, did not assume the position of Sophie, senior senator, elected once a year, 2 at a time. This was the first time in 100 years that the patriarch of the Maganid family did not assume the position of Sophie. On the other hand, the main rival of the Maganid family, another great aristocratic family whose strength was second only to the Maganid family, the Hanno family, became the big winner of this election. Not only did they firmly control the Senate, the patriarch of the Maganid family became Sophie, and the other Sophie was also his close friend. The family would face greater difficulties, and they had to prepare early. Mago clenched his fist, once again confirming the decision he had made. Hasdrubal, Mago said solemnly to his nephew. Brother Ma solemnly said to his nephew, "You're already a 25-year-old man. If you're still so reckless, how dare I entrust the important task of revitalizing our family and restoring our glory to you in the future?" "Uncle, Hasdrubal wanted to argue, but Mago interrupted him. "You should go to Iberia. At least there, no one will keep an eye on you and use your political naivety to bring disaster to the family." "You want me to go to Iberia?" Hasdrubal's jaw dropped. He did not expect to be exiled just like that. "You are not the only one who has to leave Carthage. I am leaving Carthage too." Mago was about to explain when his 10-year-old daughter, Dido, asked anxiously. Mago bowed his head slightly and kindly said to his only daughter, who had the same name as Carthage's founding queen, "I am going to Sicily. It's not far from Carthage, and I can come back at any time." "Father, are you going to be the commander of the garrison in Sicily to defend against the Greeks?" Dido immediately asked. Mago looked at his young but beautiful daughter and could not help but sigh at her intelligence. Unfortunately, she was a woman. He then looked at the dissatisfied Hasdrubal and sighed. "Although we have signed a contract with Syracuse, the Senate is still wary of Dionysius. This time I am being sent to Sicily because of Hanno's selfish motives, but it is also what I want. The peace between Carthage and Syracuse will not last long. Sooner or later, Carthage and Syracuse will have another war. The Maganid family must take back what we have lost in the war." Mago said with a determined expression, "When I arrive in Sicily, I will recruit soldiers and train them strictly. I will also gradually build an effective defensive fortress to the east of Lilliput and Irius. I will also slowly extend the buffer zone against the Greeks to the east. When the time comes," he paused and patted Hasdrubal's broad shoulder. "Do you think I am sending you to Iberia to exile you? No, it is because I need your help." "You need my help?" Hasdrubal was puzzled, but at the same time he was a little excited. "War consumes people in gold. Once we go to war with Syracuse, Hanno is in power in Carthage, and I am afraid that he will be a burden to me. I may not get the full support of Carthage, so we have to rely more on ourselves. Just like decades ago, our ancestor Hannibal used his family's money to gather an army to help Himera. The southern part of Iberia is much more fertile than Carthage and Sicily. It is rich in silver, iron, and other metal mines, and has a large population of indigenous people. Since the fall of the kingdom of Tartarsus, there has not been a strong force there. This should have been a great opportunity for the people of Carthage, but our people and elders are too comfortable. They would rather do business and farm in Carthage and Namibia than risk their lives in foreign lands thousands of miles away. Since no one in Carthage is willing to do it, Then we, the Maganid family, will do it. Hasdrubal, the family has decided to provide you with sufficient manpower and sufficient money at all costs. I hope that after you gain a foothold in Iberia, you can occupy a stable territory for the family and become the most powerful backing for me in the future war with Syracuse. Don't worry, uncle. I will not let you down. At this moment, Hasdrubal was no longer dissatisfied. He rubbed his palms together, his face full of excitement. Maganid looked at him, still feeling a little uneasy. He understood his nephew. Leading troops to war was his strength, but to conquer a foreign land, it was not just a matter of war. It also required administrative, diplomatic, and other abilities, and Hasdrubal was somewhat lacking. But among Maganid's immediate family, he was the only one who could take on such a big responsibility. He could only hope that he would be sent a capable assistant to make up for his shortcomings in this area. Uncle, I am willing to accompany my brother to Iberia. A rather young voice sounded in the hall. Hacker, you can't go. Hasdrubal said resolutely to a skinny, pale-faced young man. Since the development of Iberia has already become the most important matter that decides the rise and fall of our Maganid family, as a member of the family, how can I enjoy life alone in the city and watch my uncle and you experience hardships outside? Besides, the youth looked solemnly at the bronze bust of Himilco placed in front of the hall, as well as the flesh and blood in front of it. Avenging my father is my wish. Hasdrubal's words were stuck in his mouth, and he only said after a while, But your body! After this period of training, my body is much better. I will continue to train myself in Iberia. Besides, leading troops to war is your business. I only need to stay in the camp. Hacker explained to Hasdrubal, but also to Maganid. Hacker, are you sure you want to go? Maganid finally asked. Yes, uncle. I have already made up my mind. Hacker's tone was soft, but Maganid knew that once his little nephew made up his mind, it would be difficult for others to persuade him to change his mind. However, he had been intelligent since he was young, and had a maturity that was different from ordinary youths. Himilco once considered him a genius who would bring even greater glory to the Maganid family in the future, but he had always been weak and sickly. If he went to Iberia to assist Hasdrubal, he would definitely be able to obtain greater benefits in Iberia. Of this, Maganid firmly believed. Since you have already made up your mind, then I agree to let you go. But you must understand, if you cannot guarantee your health, it will be difficult for you to help Hasdrubal and the Maganid family in the long term. Maganid said solemnly, I understand. Hacker nodded solemnly. Uncle, but... The worried Hasdrubal wanted to say more, but Maganid said loudly, All right, let us pay our last respects to your father together, and hope that he will bless the family's business, and that everything will go smoothly. July was the scorching season, and at the same time the football and rugby competitions in Dionia were in full swing. Devers, who had just returned from a meeting in the Senate, received an urgent letter from Laos. Go to the Dionia Academy and call Henepolis back, he said to his slave with a serious expression after reading the letter. Yes, master. Sir, why did you call me back in such a hurry? I almost got scolded by that old Greek again. Before Henepolis entered the Devers' study, his voice came first. Ever since that old man from Athens came to the Faculty of Arts, we have been much busier than before. Not only do we have to memorize poems and essays every day, but we also have to write an essay every 2 or 3 days. If we can't meet the requirements, we have to rewrite it. Sir, why don't you tell Professor Ansitanos that I don't want to be a rhetorician? I want to continue studying history with him. Henepolis, you don't have time to study history anymore. Devers handed him a letter with a serious expression. Henepolis suddenly had a bad omen. He quickly took the letter and opened it. He was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This can't be true. At the beginning of the year, my father came to visit me in Turiai. He's in good health. He's really in good health. As he spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Devers sighed. Avenogis fainted during the banquet, and has been unconscious ever since. According to his experience in his previous life, this was probably a cerebral hemorrhage, and he had been advised not to overeat. Sigh. Chapter 383. Hernie, calm down. I've asked Herpes to go to Laos. After I'm done here, I'll go to Laos tomorrow. The Devers said loudly. Thank you, sir, thank you. Henepolis was already sobbing uncontrollably, although Divers felt sorry for him. He couldn't let him suffer like this forever. He knew that cerebral hemorrhage was an extremely dangerous disease, and with the medical skills of this era, he couldn't let him live like this forever. Even if he was in Dionia, it would be a miracle if he could wake up. He had to plan for Lao's future. Hernie, look at me, look at me. The Devers shook his body and yelled at him. Henepolis raised his head blankly. His face was covered in tears and mucus. I have to tell you that the doctors in Dionia have experienced your father's condition many times. The outcome after treatment isn't optimistic, the Devers said. Henepolis showed a pained expression. Listen, son, you're a 25-year-old young man, a real man of Dionia. If your father isn't doing well, you should bravely take over your father's burden. Take care of your mother and the people of Laos, just like your father did. Do you understand? Do you understand? Understood. Henepolis nodded while crying. Good. Go pack your things and return to Laos. We'll meet again in Laos. The Devers patted his thin shoulder encouragingly. Henepolis wiped his tears and staggered outside. He suddenly stopped and asked, Sir, can I ask for help if I'm in trouble? Son, the Devers said gently and firmly, I've told you before, I treat you like my own child. I'll do my best to help you if you're in trouble. What happened? I saw Hernie go out in tears. Kristoya came in with Krotok attacks. Father, I saw Brother Hernie crying. You're already an adult, yet you're still crying, said Little Crow. Devers picked up her child, who was almost 5 years old and looked quite strong. Your brother Hernie's father fainted and hasn't woken up yet. Ah. Kristoya exclaimed and asked, Is it very serious? Devers nodded heavily. Kristoya's expression turned gloomy. Then she thought of something and asked, Is Hernie going back to prepare to take over as consul? Apart from him, who else can be Laos? Devers said faintly. Daddy. Little Crow pinched his face and asked worriedly, Will you faint too? Devers looked at Crow, then at Crystal, and answered seriously, For you, I can't faint. Adelaichris, Agnes' father, came from one of the first families to migrate to Ligyum. He was a famous, noble family in Ligyum. Decades ago, Anaxiles, the famous tyrant of Ligyum, came from this family. He even married Dylan, the tyrant of Syracuse. However, he fell out with the tyrant of Syracuse, Ciaran, because of Lochley. Dionysius had proposed to Agnes not only because of her beauty, but also because of her family's influence in Ligyum and their relationship with Syracuse. But in the end, Ligyum chose Dionia, and Adelaichris married his daughter to Dionia's consul Devers. Because of this, Adelaichris was elected as one of Ligyum's generals by the citizens for 2 years in a row. Adelaichris took advantage of Ligyum's special geographical location to develop his family's sea trade, especially with the 2 city-states of Massilia and Sagunta, and made a lot of business profits. Besides, Adelaichris owned 2 shipyards, and his shipbuilding ability was second to none in the whole of southern Italy. That was why the Dionia Senate approved 6 of the 10 3-decker ships to be built this year to be built by Adelaichris shipyard. Of course, this was also a way for the Dionia alliance to rope in Ligyum. But when the father-in-law and son-in-law met, the scene was not as harmonious as imagined. What did you say? Let Ligyum hand over the 6 3-decker ships in his fleet to Dionia. Yes, we'll still pay you the price of the new ships, and you can also use the new ships to upgrade your fleet. Isn't that great? No, that's not good. We can't give you the ships we have now. This will greatly weaken the strength of Ligyum's fleet. You just have to wait a few more months, and you'll be able to use the new ships. That won't do. The Messenians have the support of that tyrant from Syracuse, and they're very arrogant. We need to have enough warships to intimidate them. Why can't you wait a few more months? Don't worry, the warships built by my shipyard will definitely be delivered to Dionia on time. Our Navy is stepping up their training for new tactics and urgently needs new warships to join in. We need to familiarize ourselves with tactics as soon as possible. New tactics? What new tactics are you so anxious about? The slave outside the living room heard Autolycus's voice getting louder and louder, as if he was quarreling. He hurriedly ran to tell Agnes. Agnes was helpless when she heard this. She had grown up under her father's roars. Even though she was now the wife of the most powerful consul in southern Italy, she still felt uneasy trying to dissuade her father, who was in a meeting with her husband. She could only go to Kristoya. Kristoya, who was strolling in the garden, heard Agnes's request. She looked at the sky and smiled confidently. Sister, don't worry. I'll go persuade them. She gave Athena a few instructions, then went outside the living room. After listening for a while, she walked straight in and smiled. Devers, Lord Autolycus, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Dinner has already been prepared, and the children are waiting. Do you want to talk after dinner? Or, of course, after dinner. When Devers heard that the children were hungry, he immediately couldn't sit still. He said to his father-in-law, "Let's talk after dinner." He stood up. Autolycus glared at Kristoya, but he couldn't say anything to a pregnant woman. He could only helplessly follow her out of the living room. Devers, to be honest, the fish soup your family made is much better than the one you made in Ligim's restaurant. Are you holding back? Autolycus, who loved eating fish, ate the dinner specially prepared for him. He was very satisfied and forgot his previous unhappiness. He joked. Of course not. There were many customers in the restaurant and time was tight. The chef didn't have enough time to cook. Here, the marinating of the fish took more than an hour, Devers explained. Well done. Autolycus praised and took another big gulp. He then asked, Have you tried the fish sauce I sent last time? I've tasted it. It's very special. It's salty, umami, and a very stimulating taste. My chefs are trying to use it as a sauce to go with other foods. Divers said, That's the fish sauce made by the Phoenicians. It's produced in Gades. Gades isn't just rich in silver. This thing is famous in North Africa, Iberia, Carthage, western Sicily, the coast of Egypt, and the coast of Asia Minor. Many places see it as a delicious seasoning. Autolycus drank a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. He then said, There are only 2 processing workshops in Gades. One is to refine silver and the other is to make fish sauce. They each take up roughly half of the production. Oh, Gades. Devers knew this town. It was located at the southern end of the Iberian Peninsula and was famous for its abundance of silver. It was originally a settlement built by Tyre, the powerful mother of the Phoenicians in Asia Minor. It was now controlled by the people of Carthage. He didn't expect it to have such an industry other than silver. It said that this fish sauce is made from a kind of rotten mackerel innards mixed with vinegar. Just as Autolycus said this, he heard a retch. Agnes was lying on the table and vomiting. At this moment, Autolycus was angry at his daughter for interrupting him, but he quickly realized something and looked at Devers anxiously. I didn't have time to tell you, Devers said with a smile. Agnes is pregnant. That's great. She's finally pregnant. After being married for more than 2 years, Kristoya is about to give birth to her second child, but her stomach hasn't moved yet. I was worried that Artemis was punishing her, referring to Agnes being the priestess of the famous virgin goddess Artemis before becoming the priestess of Hera and getting married. But now I can finally relax. Autolycus smiled happily and raised his glass. This is a joyous occasion. Devers, let's have a toast. All right. Devers also raised his glass, and the two drank it in one gulp. Autolycus put down his glass and burped. Devers saw that Agnes was still lying on the table vomiting, and hurriedly motioned for Christoia to get someone to help her down to rest. At this moment, Autolycus said, "Devers, it's a rare, happy day. I've decided to agree to your previous suggestion. First, I'll give you the Legim fleet's 6 three-decker or warships. As for other suggestions, such as training the 2 fleets together, I'll have to go back and discuss it with the council before I can give you an answer." Chapter 384. Little Clodocatax had just climbed onto his father's knee and was about to be carried away by his mother. He was crying and throwing a tantrum. The Devers did not have the mood to care about him at the moment. He turned to Autolycus and said, "The Senate of Dionia will be very happy to hear this news. I hope—" Autolycus waved his hand and immediately said, "But Legim also has a small request. I hope Dionia can agree to it." The Greeks of southern Italy said that the people of Legim were all merchants who haggled over every penny. Autolycus was one of the best among them. Sure enough, they would not get up early if there was no profit. The Devers pulled himself together and said, "Please speak." "You also know that the tyrant of Syracuse rebuilt Messina. Messina is now completely on Syracuse's side and is going against Legim in every way. It also has an accomplice, Tyndaris, that is the Messenian colony city that the tyrant settled. It is not far from Messina. These 2 cities often work together to disrupt the trade routes in the straits. Sometimes they even seize merchant ships that come to Legim for trade. In the long run, no merchant ships will dare to do sea trade with Legim. Legim will be destroyed." Autolycus said with a gloomy expression, "We have protested to Messina many times, but it was to no avail. We have also sent messengers to Syracuse, but the tyrant did not receive our messengers at all. So after some discussion, our council decided to build a colony city on the Millet Peninsula to settle the exiles of Cadanae, Naxos, Leontini, and some other Sicilian cities. Wait a minute." The Devers turned to the slave beside him and said, "Go to the study and get the map of Sicily." Although the Devers had the habit of looking at the map every day, compared to the familiarity of southern Italy, the Devers' memory of the terrain of Sicily and the location of the cities was still lacking. Cadanae, Naxos, and other Sicilian city-states were destroyed by Dionysius. Their exiles must be full of hatred for Syracuse. Devers knew that many city-states in Greece had taken in exiles from Sicily. This was because the Greek city-states were wary of Syracuse, so it was easy for them to provide assistance to those who were expelled by Syracuse. At this moment, the Devers naturally thought of Aristides. "That's for sure. That's why they won't be easily roped in by that tyrant," Autolycus said hatefully. At this moment, the map was brought over. Devers spread it out on the wooden table where the cutlery had been removed. "This is Luna. This is Tyndaris." Devers looked at the map carefully. Autolycus also came over and looked at the map made of parchment. Obviously, it was specially drawn. Not only was the scale large, but the engraving was also detailed. It was no less than the one stored in the city hall of Legim. It seemed that his son-in-law paid a lot of attention to Sicily. Even the new city-states built by Carthage, the new city of Messina, the new city of Tauromirion were clearly marked. Some of the destroyed city-states were also marked and explained on the side. For example, Himera on the northern coast wrote, "Destroyed by Carthage's commander Hannibal in the War of Sicily launched 15 years ago. This is the Malay Peninsula." Devers's finger finally fixed on the northeast corner of Sicily. The Malay Peninsula was called a peninsula. On the map, it gave the Devers the impression that it was just a protruding headland. It was just between Luna and Tyndaris. The location of this colonial city was chosen very well. It was just right to cut off the connection between the 2 cities. After all, Luna and Tyndaris were new cities. Messina was destroyed by Carthage. Neither of them was strong. Although they had the support of Syracuse, Syracuse controlled so many city-states. It was impossible for them to fully support Luna and Tyndaris. Although Lygum was not as strong as Syracuse, it was also a strong city-state and very rich. A large amount of resources were poured into this soon-to-be-built city. Soon, its strength would surpass Luna and Tyndaris, thus achieving the purpose of restraining and scaring them. But there was an important problem here. "Have you considered Syracuse's attitude?" asked the Devers in a deep voice. According to ancient tradition, any Greek city-state has the right to establish a colony. Moreover, the location of our new city is not within the territory of Luna and Tyndaris. Attilides said confidently, "With Dionysius's personality, he will not consider any Greek tradition." The Devers did not think this was a good idea. He said with a serious expression, "It took him a lot of effort to control the western part of Sicily. At this time, there is a foreign force that wants to extend its hand into his territory. Do you think he will agree? That is why I came to Thurii this time. Lygum hopes to get your support." Attilides said eagerly, "For this, Lygum is willing to let Dionia command our fleet." Originally, the city-states in the Dionia alliance did not have the freedom to bargain with Dionia, but Lygum was the only strong Greek city-state that joined the alliance. Unlike the other small affiliated city-states, the Senate of Dionia had shown enough tolerance and respect to Lygum. In order to strengthen Dionia's voice in the Southern Alliance, the Devers invited Lygum to join the Southern Alliance last year. Other city-states, like Crotone, did not strongly oppose it. This showed the influence of Lygum, an old and strong city-state. It also made Lygum the only Greek city-state that belonged to both the Southern Alliance and the Dionia Alliance. The Devers were silent. Support? It was easy to say, but it meant war, which Dionia was trying its best to avoid. Otherwise, why would they sign a treaty of friendship with Syracuse? Lygum was trying to drag Dionia into this. I think such an important matter must be discussed by the Senate before it can be decided. It might even need to be discussed with the other city-states in the Southern Alliance, the Devers said vaguely, not giving an immediate answer. After sending the unhappy Attilides away, the Devers was still pacing back and forth in the living room, thinking about the Strait of Messina. Finally, he called for Aristides. "There will definitely be a war," Aristides said with certainty. "The reason why Jaina and Tyndaris dared to invade Lygum so boldly is because of Dionysius's support. Maybe what Lygum wants to do is what he wants. He can start a war against Lygum, and not only can he take revenge on Lygum." Aristides paused and glanced at the Devers. The Devers did not care what he was hinting at, and said, "Go on." "Moreover, if Syracuse occupies Lygum and controls the entire Strait of Messina, Dionysius can collect taxes from passing merchant ships to feed his huge army. Sir, according to the intelligence, Syracuse asked for a large amount of war reparations in the negotiations with Carthage, and used the money to buy food, build more warships, and pay the mercenaries. It's not just to deal with Lygum," Aristides said worriedly. The Devers was silent. He knew all this information. Aristides continued in a low voice, "Also, sir, from the intelligence gathered from all over Dionia, I have discovered a situation. I hope it can attract your attention." "Oh, what is it?" The Devers looked at him. Now, among the prospective citizens and registered freedmen, there is a spreading worry. They are worried that even if they become official citizens of Dionia, they will not be able to obtain land. Aristides said slowly. The Devers raised his eyebrows. Indeed, the land of the plains in the territory of the Dionia alliance had basically been distributed. Only the Lucania Mountains and the Bruttii region had some spare land, but it was not enough to distribute to so many prospective citizens. "So they want to leave?" The corner of the Devers' mouth curled up slightly, and he said half jokingly, half seriously, "Dionia is the paradise of the freedmen. Why would they leave?" Aristides paused for a moment and said in a more serious tone, "They want war, to seize more land through war, to shorten the period of becoming a citizen by participating in war, and to win the opportunity to obtain land through war achievements." The Devers' heart sank. The military merit system he designed for Dionia could be said to be the source of attracting the Greek freedmen to flock to Dionia, and at the same time, it was also the reason why they were eager to fight and fearless of death. Those who forget war will be in danger, and those who love war will die. The Devers muttered to himself. The command of the Dionysian army must be firmly in his hands. Otherwise, once it was out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, Dionia was still weak and still needed this system to strengthen itself.